And chat. How's it going, guys? Welcome to Zero Escape, 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. There we go. There's some sound. This is a patron pick. I'll be playing about 5 hours of this today. Seeing how I like it. I know nothing about this game. I know absolutely nothing about this game. Excuse me. I know it's some kind of visual novel with some kind of horror element. But I'm completely unspoiled on how this game goes, what it's about, anything about it. So this will be an interesting blind playthrough. Alright, why don't we get started? This game is fiction. All names, characters, and blah 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 blah. Novel and adventure, you can switch in and out of each interchangeably. Okay, we're on a ship. An old steam boiler, looks like. Which has been evaporated in a nuclear strike. A loud noise startled Junpei awake, and his eyes snapped open.
What the?
As they adjusted to the light, he realized that he didn't recognize his surroundings. With a crack, Junpei's head connected with something metal. He rolled over and threw out his hand to steady himself, but he found himself groping at empty air.
Whoa!
His balance lost, and his still fuzzy mind struggling to understand what was going on, Junpei tumbled down to the cold, gray floor. Oh, hey, what's up, Gingy?
Ouch! God damn it! Ah, what the hell? A bed? I fell pretty far.
Is that a triple-decker?
That really hurt. Damn, my eyesight's kind of blurry. Must have hit my head.
I definitely recommend novel mode. Only annoying thing is the game will sometimes swap to adventure without telling you, though there is usually a sound. Okay, well, I'll play in novel mode.
No, wait. That's not it.
At first, he thought the tremor that ran through his legs was just another effect of his rude awakening, but as he looked around, he realized it was real. The whole room was shaking. How's my voice compared to the game, by the way? Should I turn down the game?
An earthquake? But it's shaking too fast for that.
Also, you're on a boat. Then again, Junpei had no idea what it was, if not an earthquake.
Anyway.
Sounds good so far. Awesome. Junpei rubbed the growing bump on his head and gingerly climbed to his feet. His balance regained, he finally took his first good look around the room. And muttered to himself.
Where am I?
His pain. You're on a boat, motherfucker. Minutes passed while Junpei struggled to get his bearings. I don't like that it skips the end of text sometimes. Then, as suddenly as they had begun, the tremors ceased.
It stopped?
A cold silence fell over the room. From somewhere far away, Junpei could hear the sound of metal squeaking.
What's that sound?
In an attempt to distract himself, Junpei looked around the room once more. There was a stove that looked more antique than functional. The 3-level bunk bed had mattresses that were so thin that they were little more than blankets. On the other side of the room was an identical bed, and set in the wall between the beds was a slightly dirty iron door.
That's...
with an S painted on it. In blood, maybe? The first thing Junpei noticed about the door was the number roughly emblazoned across it. 5, so Junpei's number 5 out of 9? On the surface of the door, in red paint, someone had written 5. Oh, what's this? Is that a security lock on the door that I'll have to figure out how to open?
5? What's this 5 mean?
Suspicious and still utterly confused, Junpei approached the door slowly. Standing at last in front of the door, Junpei grabbed hold of the L-shaped handle. A push yielded no movement, and a pull the same result.
It won't open.
It didn't matter how much he pushed and shoved, the handle wouldn't budge. Next to the door was an odd-looking device that reminded Junpei of a card reader.
Is this keeping the door shut?
Presumably. Junpei knocked hard on the door.
Hey! Hello? Is anyone there? Open the door!
There was no response. Junpei threw his left fist into the door, breaking it instantly. And stopped.
Huh? What the hell is this?
He wasn't really sure what else to say. Oh, he's got a watch with the number 5 on it. All right. On his left wrist was a bracelet of a sort he'd never seen before. In the center was a large LCD display.
Watch? It doesn't look like one. 5. That's the same as the door.
You've been numbered. True, the numbers were the same, but he had no idea what that might mean. All he knew that it was strange and new, and he wanted it off. Welcome to the Infinity Boat. Junpei flipped his hand over as if to remove a watch, but...
What? How do I take this off?
That's going to be hard to remove. The other side of the bracelet was solid. No buckle, no clasp, nothing. He sighed and flipped the thing back over. There were a number of rivets around the rim of the face.
Maybe
Perhaps
pushing something on this will work?
He pushed them, but nothing happened. On a watch, they might be dials for adjusting date or time, but on this bracelet, they did nothing.
Damn. Guess I'll have to force it off.
Growing more desperate, he began to tug at it. However...
No good. This stupid thing won't come off.
A steel ring ran from the face around Junpei's wrist and back into the face. He wouldn't be pulling the bracelet off any time in the near future.
What the hell is the deal with this thing?
Frustration and desperation were beginning to mix as the reality of the situation began to dawn fully on Junpei. So much was happening, and none of it made sense. Junpei felt as though he were about to explode. They have watches like this as a pre-order bonus. Wow. Oh, this was a DS game?
Where am I? And why the hell am I here? Why? What the hell happened to me? My head.
Huh. Okay, what was that guy in the gas mask and hood? Pain bloomed, but he did his best to shake it off. He raised his head.
Huh.
It was at that moment that he noticed the window. The window was round, rimmed in riveted brass, like a window from an early 20th century ship.
Hold on. Am I on a ship?
Seems that way. Junpei walked slowly toward the window. He could see nothing beyond it but thick, impenetrable darkness.
I can't see anything.
Maybe turn the light off in the room?
It wasn't so dark outside.
Junpei squinted, trying to see something. Anything. It was at that moment...
Huh?
Uh-oh. Oh, that's not good.
You gotta be kidding me.
That's bad.
What the hell is going on here?
Oh, no. Oh, this is going to be a timed puzzle. All right. A crack split the glass of the window, and for a moment, Junpei stared at it. Oh, don't stare at it. Then the window burst, and water began to pour into the room.
Hell? God damn it!
Junpei yelled and spun around. His feet slipping on the water already coming through the window, he ran for the door.
Hey! Anyone! Is anyone there? Come on, if you're there, say something!
Gotta find a card. There was no reply. As Junpei screamed and pounded on the door, the water began to rise. It was now ankle deep on the floor and rising quickly toward his knees. That suitcase looks important.
It's not stopping. Not good. Not good at all. Okay.
Yeah, gee, you think?
I need to find a way out and fast.
Junpei ran a hand across his forehead, brushing the sweat out of his eyes, and looked around the room. Seek a way out. Third-class cabin. Okay. Operations during an escape. During an escape, you're restricted to an area. Your goal, search around to uncover how to unlock the door. There are items and hints in the room that will help you escape. Click on a location you find suspicious to search the room. Use Q or E to move around the room. Okay, so not WASDA. About items. Once you've obtained an item, you'll be able to go to the item screen. Clicking item on the top left will take you to the item screen. Note from bulletin board. The note's got 2 triangles in red and 2 triangles in blue. Okay. Oh, I can rotate it. Combine, huh? Investigate with an item. The item visible in the lower left is the item currently in hand. When you close the item screen, the last selected item will be in hand. If you hold an item while investigating the room, you may trigger a reaction. Okay. Try switching out items in hand and search different places. Click the item icon and press V to quickly change between items. Alright, gotta remember V. Picture frame. There's a suitcase. There's a suitcase. Suitcase. No dice. It's locked tight. Let's see if there's anything in the keyhole. 0101. Let's say the number on the dial is 0101. I guess I need to put the key in the keyhole before I can enter any numbers on the dial. Alright. An old picture frame. There's a picture of a ship in it. There's screws keeping the back on. Alright, so I need a screwdriver. Hey, Lapomolo, thanks for adding me to the mod team. Okay, back out of that. The door to the stove. Well, it opens easily enough. Sure wish the door to get out of here was that easy to open. Aha! Screwdriver! Combining items. Select Combine on the item screen to combine 2 items. If the 2 items can be combined, you will receive a new item. If they cannot, then nothing will happen. Try out different combinations of items you find in your search. A screwdriver, huh? Wonder why that's here. Well, the screwdriver got those screws off easily enough, and here's the picture. Aha! I knew it was related to the note from up above. Okay, so 7, 4, 6, 3. 7, 4, 6, 3. Now I need a key. Aha! Key! A key? Yeah, there's a little blue key in the bottom of this pot. Odd. Nope. Alright, let's see what happens if I put this blue key in the keyhole. 7463. And nothing. I guess I'm going to need some sort of code for the dial. Minigames. During an escape, your investigation may trigger one of several minigames. All operations for the minigames are done by clicking the screen. Some minigames will require you to manipulate something, while others will only require you to apply the right object or click the right thing. Operation instructions. Clicking the dial will cause it to move to the next number. Enter 4 numbers this way and click the key. Numbers are correct, it will unlock. Oh, okay, I got it wrong. Damn it! Open, you stupid thing. I don't think it's going to open if I whack it on the wall a couple times. Might make me feel better. Not going to help, though. Alright, Junpei, don't freak out. Keep it cool and look around for some more clues. Alright. Okay. That's 7. That's 4. That's 6. And that's 3. So that's not it. Let's try 3, 6, 4, 7. Oh, I can't go up to 6. Huh. Okay. Okay, I put the key in. Now I just need to enter the right numbers in. Okay, let's try flipping it over. Oh, I already tried that. I already tried... No, I didn't. Okay. So I'm going to say 1, 8, 2, 9. But I can't... Oh, I see. 9281. All right. That's not it either. I can't do 1829 because the second and fourth numbers don't go up that high. Okay, let's think about this. It's a blue key, so maybe it's just those two numbers repeated? So 6, 3, 6, 3. Alright, let's try that. That's not it either. There's something I'm not understanding. Alright. I've tried all the combinations that correspond to the symbols on the paper. Maybe there's another note? There's the middle bunk in the bunk bed. Ah, okay. So there is a second... Okay. Nothing hidden on the sink. Nothing on top of the shelf. Alright. Towel next to the sink. Bulletin board. There's nothing on it. What's with the giant screws in the wall? Oh, it's a mirror with a red key taped to it.
I should probably hold on to this key.
Gee, Junpei, you think?
Oh, what's up with my face?
What is up with your face? What's different
I look like
about
a zombie. Man, what the hell happened to me? How did I end up here? I left work, headed back to my apartment, and...
Ooh, flashback. All right.
I'm back. Not like anyone will respond.
Living alone. All right.
Man, work was rough today. Huh? A breeze. Huh, that's weird.
Someone opened your
Did I
window.
leave that open? Everything looks okay. I must have forgotten to close it.
He closed the window. Then it happened. Aha! What is this guy? Junpei turned and found himself face to mask with a man dressed all in black. The man wore a deep hood and a bulky gas mask. His face was entirely hidden. Suddenly, he couldn't finish. Junpei tried to yell, but all he could manage was a strangled croak, gas filling the room.
I can't...
Junpei collapsed to the floor, a crumpled heap of limbs like a discarded puppet. Too late, he noticed the white smoke that was quickly filling his apartment. A small object, shaped distressingly like a grenade, sat on the floor in front of his face, hissing. The white smoke poured out of it at an incredible rate. The smoke had grown so thick that the details of Junpei's apartment began to fade into the white haze. He could feel his mind begin to fade as well, a white haze that was not the smoke creeping into the edges of his vision.
Consider this a privilege. You have been chosen.
Oh, that filter, wow. A rasping voice wormed its way out of the gas mask. It was cold and harsh and distorted in some way. Junpei couldn't put his finger on it.
You are going to participate in a game. The memory game. It is a game where you will put your life on the line.
You wanna turn down the filter? Come on, man. That was the last thing Junpei remembered. The white smoke overpowered him. The masked man faded from his vision, and he felt his consciousness fall away into the white mist.
That's right. That guy with the gas mask. That son of a bitch must have taken me here. When I get my hands on him...
He ground his teeth in frustration and strained to remember anything about his attacker's figure.
I guess there's no way to know if that was a man or not.
The voice had been cold and mechanical, likely passed through a voice changer, and the body had been covered in a thick cloak.
Just who was that?
1 second, guys. Don't tell me anything about the AI games, because I think I want to play them at some point.
They said you have been chosen.
What it might mean, that was
What the
beyond
hell
him.
is going on? Why me?
There was only one thing from his memory that seemed important.
You are going to participate in a game. The memory game. It is a game where you will put your life on the line.
Yes, I heard this 20 seconds ago.
The nonary game. Huh. What the hell is a nonary game? God damn it!
With a yell, Junpei drove his fist into the mirror, shattering it instantly and covering himself in broken glass. Alright, I've got the red key. I wonder if you can combine the red and blue keys. I'm gonna find out. Okay, you cannot remove the key. Alright. Red. Up left, bottom right. Okay, so what's the code again? It's 7, 4, 6, 3. Because we have to do the red one first if that note means anything. Oh, that's 7473. Whoops. Nope. Let's try 7474. Nope. Alright, there's something I'm not understanding about this puzzle. I'm reading the note. I'm following the number instructions that it has. But it's not opening either of them. I'm going to ask, what am I not understanding about this puzzle? You need to look around more. Okay. Don't answer then. I don't have all the clues. Okay. Hangers on the pole. Okay. There's a pipe at the other end of the bed. There's nothing up top. The blue briefcase on top of the bed. Okay. I've opened this. I've opened that. It's a lever. Maybe if I pull it. Oh, it looks like pulling on the lever just makes a weird noise. Great. The light's still red and the display hasn't changed. Damn it. Why the hell is this thing opening? Okay. Reach this bunk. Might as well look through it. Huh. Damn. Nothing here. You got me excited for nothing. Aha! I see. Okay. I see. Alright, so the red one is 7, 4, 8, 5. 7, 4, 8, 5. Nope. Not you. 7, 4, 8, 5. Yes! I unlocked it. It's opening. Stack of red key cards. Okay. We'll probably combine that with blue key cards. Alright. So blue is 0, 2, 6, 3. 0, 2, 6, 3. Yes! It opened. Looks like there's something in here. What is this? A file? File screen. If you find any documents or notes during an escape, the information contained in them will be available on the file screen. Press right to open the file screen. Alright, let's see what's in this file. Digital route. Let's see here. Compute a digital route with the following steps. First, add all the numbers in question to one another. Okay, add all the numbers. If you end up with something greater than a single-digit number, add the digits to one another. Okay. For instance, if you have a double-digit number, add the number in the tens place to the number in the ones place. Alright, add up all the digits, then add up all the digits again. Keep adding digits in this manner until you have a single-digit answer. That final single digit is your digital root. The digital root of 678 would be 21, 3. Therefore, the digital root of 678 is 3. The digital root of 1, 2, 3, 4 would be 3, 6, 10, 1. Therefore, the digital root of 1, 2, 3, 4 is 1. I see. So I just keep adding numbers until I get a single-digit number. Oh, looks like there's something on the back of this thing. A notebook, a pen, a calculator, and a stack of key cards. Huh. Stack of blue key cards. Alright. Nothing. Alright. Key cards, a number written on each card. 6, 7, 8. So 13, 21 is 3. 6, 7, 8 is 3. Does that mean something? And the red key cards. Blue is 3. 1, 2, 3. So 6 is 6. Okay, the blue key cards are 3. The red key cards are 6. Blue key cards are 3. And the red key cards are 6. Beat Lamar to solving this key card puzzle, and I hadn't paid attention when the explanation was on screen. Nice work. New material has been added to the file screen. Calculator. Press left to open the calculator. Calculator can also calculate a digital route, which will be important to the progression of the story. Okay, so blue key cards are 3, red key cards are 6. See what happens. There's cards with numbers on them. I'm pretty sure this is where I'm supposed to use them. Alright, let's slide these cards and see if they work. And... Huh? It's not working. Why? Damn it. Oh, I gotta slide just the 3 and just the 6. No, that's right. I still have cards I haven't used. Shoot, I can't get it to do anything with just these red cards. I think I'm going to need some other colors if I'm going to get anything out of this thing. So now can we combine them? We can't. There aren't any more cards in here. I've only got one other hint. Of course, the files. That file said something about a digital route. Digital route. The digital route, huh? What am I supposed to do with... There's a 5 on that door. Do I have to get a digital route of 5? I'm not really sure about this. Oh, whatever. It's worth a shot. Let's see if this works. Okay, so we swipe 3 and 2. I'll just slide the cards that give me the digital route of 5 through the reader. Writing instructions. Click 3 cards to select them. Ah, I see. I see. So 6 plus 7 is 13, plus 1 is 14. The digital root of 14 is 5. Okay, so 6, 7, and 1. The digital root of the selected cards will be displayed. Clicking reset will deselect all currently selected cards. After you've selected 3 cards, click on the device. Alright, I think this is going to work. There we go. That's a new noise. Huh. Did it just unlock? Well, that light was red and now it's blue. No doubt about it. Well, good luck opening the door into the room that's full of water. There's nothing keeping me in here now. Time to go. Oh, it opens out in the hallway. Okay. Well, good luck closing it then. You found it! Accompanied by a wall of angry water, Junpei shot out of the room and into the opposing wall.
Ow!
Close the door, quick. The water tossed and turned him like a washing machine, and he only stopped rolling when he hit his head on the wall.
My head. Wait, is it over?
Not as long as the door's open.
That felt too much like being flushed down a toilet. Damn.
Junpei struggled to his feet in the still rushing water.
Well, better than drowning, I guess. Am I in a hallway?
Looks like it. The water that had followed him out of the room was rapidly pouring out of the door. It flowed quickly down the hallway and slammed into the foot of the short flight of stairs. Just 5 steps, in fact. And at the top of this short staircase...
A door. Another door.
I guess we better hurry to that door before the water fills.
Let me go.
Junpei leapt up the stairs, straight for the door.
Oh, yes, it opened.
The door burst open, and Junpei exploded out of it, only to freeze in his tracks. What other possible response could there have been to what he saw?
What the hell?
Hey, it's the Arclay mansion. His voice trailed off, and all he could do was stare. A polished floor stretched out before him, ornate staircases rising up from the edges, each one of them equidistant from the others. The stairs and pillars were solid wood, and Art Nouveau embellishments and decorations covered the walls and pillars. It looked like nothing so much as the entrance to a luxurious mansion from the early 1900s.
This is the inside of a ship?
Yeah, they get pretty fancy, Junpei. Junpei couldn't help but wonder. The water quickly filling the hallway behind him suggested that, yes, he was. Close the door, Junpei, so it doesn't get in here. As he looked, a fresh wave rolled out of the room he'd been in, gathering speed as it moved toward the stairs.
That's what I thought. This is totally, Wait, what the hell? A wave?
Close the door!
Oh, shit! Shit! Okay, I gotta get out of here.
Junpei spun around, his wet shoes squeaking in protest on the polished floor, and ran toward the tremendous staircase in front of him.
C deck.
C deck. Wow, you've got no endurance, Junpei.
B deck.
B deck.
Hurry! Hurry!
As he ran, he glanced quickly at the plates mounted on the wall, denoting the decks of the ship.
A deck's next.
He took the stairs two at a time, not entirely sure where he would find himself. Oh, I see a 4 on that door. How are we supposed to involve ourselves with these puzzles if the room's going to be full of water? Oh, maybe these are just the rooms other people came out of. Just as he began to wonder where, in fact, the stairs did lead.
What?
Who's the lady in the barely existent top? There's Usopp. There's somebody from The World Ends With You, and somebody with thug bone disease. Junpei saw another person out of the corner of his eye. He stopped short, nearly tripping over the next stair, and looked. It wasn't just one person he'd seen. On the landing to the left of the stairs, there were 4 people staring at him. Oh, and 3 more. Somehow, the guy on the right has the dumbest hair of all. He stopped short, nearly tripping over on the landing and on the right side, 3 more.
A lot of people.
All told, there were 7 of them. It looked as though they had been on their way down the stairs. They'd stopped short when they saw Junpei, their eyes wide. He'd done the same, of course, and now they stood there, staring at one another. Junpei didn't move, one foot placed awkwardly on the next step, in the middle of a stride. Wait, there's 8 of us in this room, counting Junpei. Where's the 9th? Who are these people? Now is not the time to be dumbstruck, Junpei. This entire interaction lasted only a matter of seconds. The woman spoke to Junpei, and time began to move again.
I guess there's another one of us now.
A dancer?
The woman was dressed, Junpei thought, rather like a dancer. Her clothes covered very little, and her prodigious jewelry little more.
No, I'm not. You better get moving.
With no further ceremony, she ran straight past Junpei and toward the doors behind him.
Okay then.
The sudden proximity of a woman with such striking assets left Junpei momentarily stunned. Keep your eyes topside, pal. But the others wasted no time and quickly followed the strange woman.
Silver hair? Huh?
The first to pass Junpei was a young man with silver hair. He threw a quick glance in Junpei's direction as he ran, muttering.
One of us, huh? What? Nothing.
Following him was an older man, his face calm and without fear. Soft wrinkles sprouted from his eyes, and he came close enough as he passed for Junpei to see wisps of gray in his hair. His composure and shock of hair struck Junpei as rather like that of an elderly
Going
lion.
up won't do you any good. There are 2 doors, but neither of them will open.
Wait, hold on. The doors won't open?
The next to speak to Junpei was a girl with pink hair and a high voice.
Aren't you coming? You gotta hurry!
Her small hand was wrapped around the wrist of another man. His eyes were closed, almost as though he were sleeping. Oh, is he blind? His features were graceful, almost serene. And he was dressed rather elegantly for someone his age. Something about his posture seemed very refined, and Junpei couldn't help feeling he was noble and dignified somehow. He'd certainly never seen one, but this man seemed like what Junpei had always imagined a prince would be
That's
like.
9 of us then.
All right, where's number
All the
9?
cards are in hand.
What does that mean? Junpei opened his mouth to ask what the other man had meant, but the girl with pink hair rushed past him.
Wait! They're gone. Just what is going on? There's an old man like a lion, a girl with pink hair, and a prince, and I have no idea what they're talking about.
He turned just in time to see 2 more people running towards him. One of them had hair like a bird's nest and looked as though a stiff breeze might topple him. And the other was a veritable mountain of a man. Oh my God, say something. That was not what I meant. The scrawny one scuttled past Junpei as though he were running from something.
Hey! What the hell are you just standing there for? Didn't you hear him? The doors on A deck are no good. We gotta check the doors on B deck. Got it? Now go!
Before he had a chance to respond, the man laid a massive hand on Junpei's shoulder. With no more effort than Junpei would have used to brush aside a fly, the man shoved him out of the way. Thrown off balance by the man and recent events, it took Junpei a few steps to get his bearings. He finally regained his balance and looked up at what the other 7 had been running toward.
That was dangerous. Huh?
There were 2 pairs of large iron doors set into the wall in front of him. They looked quite sturdy, and each had handles jutting from them. Written across the surface of each door in red paint was a number. And another of those locks, a door on the right.
And this one says 5. They're the same.
The guy Junpei had decided to call Silver was mumbling to
I
himself.
woke up and had a number on the door just like that.
You too, eh?
With an arched eyebrow, the lion looked over at
My cell
Silver.
was the same. A number upon the door.
I recognize that voice actor. I don't know his name, but I've seen him in a bunch of stuff.
Ran down the hallway outside and found myself in a rather grand room full of stairs, as I suspected the rest of you.
I need to turn down the in-game music and turn up the voice acting. It was as though the floodgates had been opened. They all began to talk at once. Oh, that's just a calculator. Is there an options menu? There is not. Okay.
Me too.
Same for me. There was a door with a number on it.
It soon became clear that each one of them had awoken in a room with a locked door and solved a puzzle to escape. They'd all ended up in the same room, almost as though they'd been guided there.
Yes, we all saw the same thing. That's not important. We need to hurry.
You think I don't know that lady?
Before the dancer had time to finish, Silver was already running.
Open! Damn it!
He grabbed hold of the door labeled 5 and pulled. We gotta solve a puzzle, man. However...
It's not opening. This damn thing won't even budge.
Oh, it's an M-rated DS game. Gotcha. Yeah, plays the principal in Persona 5. Richard Epcar, huh?
Out of my way!
The mountain grabbed Silver's shoulder and tossed him aside. His path cleared, he took a few steps back, then threw himself at the door, which obviously opens outward, doofus. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. The door shook as his body slammed into it, but showed no signs of breaking or opening. The mountain threw himself at the door again.
Body slam from a guy that big didn't even budge it. There must be some other way.
Yeah, it's a puzzle. Junpei turned toward door 4. Next to the door, on the wall, was a small box.
This looks just like the
This looks-
device next to the door in that room earlier.
Yeah, but it doesn't have a card slot. Vacant. Interesting.
So that means this door is probably locked too. But still...
He had to check. Junpei grabbed the handle and threw all of his weight onto it. It was locked as tight as the door next to it, as he'd suspected. Junpei punched the door. It did not respond.
Are there any other doors?
He'd barely finished the thought when the C-deck plate he'd passed on his way up sprang unbidden to his mind. His body moved before he had time to think. Junpei turned and ran back toward the stairs, only to be met by a wall of water. He had scarcely taken a step when, at the top of the stairs, next to an ornate clock embedded in the wall, he saw a person. It was a girl. Alright, gee, I wonder who the love interest to the main character is. She looked to be the same age as Junpei. He froze, unable to look away from her face. Stop getting distracted, Junpei. He wasn't confounded by her beauty or something equally silly. No, there was another reason he couldn't take his eyes off the girl. Junpei had seen her somewhere before. He couldn't quite remember where, but he knew he'd met her before. The girl, too, stared at Junpei, similarly stunned. Her response suggested she'd seen him before as well.
Huh?
And she's exactly as useless as he is. Without saying a word, Junpei walked slowly toward her. She didn't move. It was almost as though she was held in place by some sort of magic spell. As Junpei stepped onto her landing, the spell broke. No sooner had he set his foot down than the whole ship shook a second time. The quake caught the girl unprepared,
Watch
and
out!
she fell. Moving on instinct, Junpei leapt to catch her. Or so he thought.
Oh,
Her face was far closer than it should have been, mere inches from his own. He was flat on his back, and she had landed squarely on top of him. The girl seemed as confused as he did, and her face suggested she still hadn't fully recovered from seeing him. For a moment that seemed to stretch for a very long time, they stared at one another. That's an interesting side bun, the half Leia. The ship stopped shaking. Everything was quiet. Water could be heard from the bottom of the ship, lapping faintly at walls and ceilings, but eventually that faded as well. Wait, it stopped? The door was open. It was leaking into this room. The silence was complete, a thick, muffling blanket. At last, the girl opened her mouth.
my gosh! Is that you, Jumpy?
Oh, that sucks to have as a nickname. Jumpy. Jumpy. Her words echoed through Junpei's head, and suddenly his memory returned.
Akane.
Why hadn't he realized it before? The girl was Akane Kurashiki. She and Junpei had been friends in childhood. They'd gone to elementary school together for 6 years. But what was she doing on the ship? Her soft eyes were only inches away from his own. He could feel the warmth of her face. Feelings he'd thought long forgotten began to work their way to the surface. He could feel his face heating up. At that moment,
What?
What's that voice?
Yeah, invited,
This is-
sure.
That guy in the gas mask!
Hey, asshole! What the hell is this? Come on out here. I want to get a look at you.
What do you mean to do to us?
This isn't the first Zero Escape game, from what I'm aware. So some of these guys have been in a Zero Escape game before? Interesting.
Nonary game.
What the hell's that?
What is he talking about?
Hey, there's something in my pocket. Check this out.
Hey, I got one too.
We will call them the numbered doors. The doors in front of you are a pair of the same. The key to opening these numbered doors are the numbered bracelets that each of you possess. Should you total the numbers on your numbered bracelets and find that the digital root of that number is equal to the number of that door, the door will open. Only those who have opened the door may pass through. There are, however, limits. Only 3 to 5 people can pass through one numbered door. All those who enter must leave, and all who enter must contribute. The purpose of the game is simple. Leave the ship alive. It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9. Only 3 to 5 people can pass through one numbered door. So we have to add up 3 to 5 bracelets to get a digital root.
Then it would seem Zero has seen fit to grace us each with a letter. Would you mind terribly reading it to us, young man?
On this ship, you will find a handful of doors emblazoned with numbers. We will call them the numbered doors. The doors in front of you are a pair of the same.
Excuse me.
The key to opening these numbered doors are the numbered bracelets that each of you possess. Should you total the numbers on your numbered bracelets and find that the digital root of that number is equal to the number of that door, the door will open. Only those who have opened the door may pass through. There are, however, limits. Only 3 to 5 people can pass through one numbered door. All those who enter must leave, and all who enter must contribute. So this thing on my arm is a bracelet.
Yes, Junpei. How did you not add that to? How did you not know what a bracelet is?
The purpose of the game is simple. Leave this ship alive. It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
There's one last thing I must tell you. As you have no doubt surmised, this ship has begun to sink. On April 14, 1912, the famous ocean liner Titanic crashed into Earth's moon.
For
The wave floats for 2 hours and 40 days. It sank beneath the waters of the North Atlantic.
So you've given us just under 3 hours to solve this. Thank God time doesn't reel.
More time. Not even hours. Not as the time you may be given to make your escape.
I hear a bell. I think it's coming from over by the stairs.
It's the clock telling us the time.
It rang 9 times, so 9 o'clock then?
So 6 in the morning or 6 in the afternoon is our deadline. It is dark outside, so presumably... No, it was dark outside because of the water. I can't tell what time of day it was just from the darkness. So it's either 9 a.m. or 9 p.m.
I think it's 9 p.m. I couldn't see anything when I tried looking out the window earlier. It has to be nighttime.
If that is the case, then we would need to escape by 6 a.m. tomorrow.
Hey! You bastard! What do you mean by that? Come out here, you asshole!
That guy won't stop shouting. And the others.
Okay. I'm gonna guess that Lion's been through this before. Possibly Mountain as well. Dancer definitely hasn't. Maybe Akane. I'm gonna guess that Silver has not. Maybe the nerd has. Maybe Pink Hair has. Whew. This is a pretty cool tune. I like this.
I have way too many questions.
Well, it sounds like the first thing we should do is introduce ourselves to each other.
Who is Zero? What's the Nonary game? What's it for?
I mean, Zero's amusement, I
Is he
assume.
some nut job just doing this to mess with us, or does he have some other purpose? Why pick me to be part of this insane game? And the others? Why are these 8 people here? And the most confusing of them all. Why is Akane here? I haven't seen her since elementary school. Why her? Why now? Coincidence? No. There's no way. There has to be a reason. I don't know what exactly, but there has to be.
Because he thinks it's funny to have interpersonal dynamics.
Very well.
I'm guessing Akane's from an earlier Zero Escape game.
Standing around here won't do us any good. Best we get moving, don't you think?
Well, we can add up numbers for
Get
these
moving?
doors.
Are you planning to open the numbered doors?
Hey, wait! But don't tell me you're actually gonna do what this Zero says.
I mean, we don't really have a choice.
No, that's not what I mean. I'm saying let's find another way. After all, we haven't really examined this place yet.
What?
Where have we not looked? Everyone searched A-Deck already, right?
Yeah, we were kind of in a rush though, so we probably missed some things.
Oh, this is the first Zero Escape game. Oh, okay.
Why don't we check out the lower floors first? We should see how deep this place goes.
I can work with that.
Then let's go.
Whoa!
Why did it stop leaking in?
What the hell? It's completely submerged.
We're definitely going to have to go swimming at some
Damn.
point.
If the water level keeps rising like this, we're all gonna drown.
No, I don't believe that's something we have to worry about. See? The water's not flowing.
Something closed that
means
door.
the origin of the water has been stopped. Perhaps this Zero fellow has used some sort of remote control to seal a watertight door lower down. He said that our time limit was 9 hours. In other words, this water won't rise for 9 hours.
And you're saying we won't sink till then.
Well, that may be a little too optimistic. No point to wishful thinking.
That's depressing.
If we don't determine a way to advance from this point, we are stuck on A-Deck and C-Deck.
Looks that way.
Hey, hold on. How about we check C-Deck before we jump to any conclusions? We might find something there.
Huh, you're right. I think we should look at the metal doors by the big staircase, too. They're pretty suspicious.
No numbers on either door.
Maybe that means
And
they
I don't
open.
see an authentication device either.
So what does adventure mode actually do? Because in novel mode, sometimes it skips a dialogue input at the end and I can't finish reading it. Is it just presentation? Adventure mode just removes the descriptions. Oh!
Nope. It's locked.
Adventure mode just has no narration. It's the top screen of the DS. Okay.
This one too. Damn, none of the doors are opening.
Hey guys, over here. There's another door behind the stairs.
This one doesn't open either.
It's got a keyhole.
We'll see about that. Hey, old man, give me a hand.
Using force, I see. Let's give it a try. It won't budge.
Could you not just start shouting out of nowhere? You almost gave me a heart attack, you know.
Oh, sorry.
It doesn't appear to have moved even with two of us trying. It's very well made.
Idiots. Try using your brain first.
Alright, well, I agree, but you don't have to be rude about it.
Huh?
Take a closer look.
A keyhole?
Right. It's obvious what we need to open this door.
A key, huh?
You got a problem?
No, I just really doubt we'll find a key that easily.
Ignoring the tense air between the two, Junpei moved closer to examine
What's
the doorknob.
this?
Just above it was a strange mark in the shape of a circle surrounding a dot.
There's a mark on it. Does it mean something?
Hey, look! Over here, too!
Hmm?
Pink Hair was looking at double doors they hadn't examined
More
yet.
doors.
I think they're elevators. There's an inverted triangle button by them.
May as well try pressing it. Huh. Nothing.
Maybe the power isn't on.
Well, there's
Or
a big
we need
hint.
to do something with this card reader. And there's a strange mark here, too.
That's the sign for planet Neptune, I think. Or maybe Saturn?
What is this? It looks like a lowercase h with a dash drawn across the upper stem of the H.
Junpei stared at it for a while.
This is the symbol of Saturn.
Aha, I was right.
It's an astrological symbol.
Then the mark on the other door.
I think that was the sun symbol. We saw the same symbols on ADAC.
We did?
I don't remember that.
ADEC, huh? I haven't been there, so I wouldn't know.
You may as well check again since we're talking about it.
Lion's words urged them on, and they took the stairs up.
There, the two doors next to the stairs. The one on the left had a keyhole with a similar symbol engraved on it.
She's right. It looks similar to what we saw downstairs.
This is an Earth symbol. The horizontal line symbolizes the equator, and the vertical one represents the prime meridian.
Okay. Junpei looked up at the ceiling.
The ceiling. Metal plates. Huh. It's as if it's covering something up.
Oh, we're definitely opening that later. Probably into a death trap.
Perhaps it was a dome of some kind.
I wish we could get out through there.
Be realistic. We'd need a lot of explosives to open that up.
How much do you know about explosives, Silver?
Windows too. Huh. They're all covered.
There were several windows along both sides of the ship, or at least there had been. They too were covered with metal
In other
plates.
words, we're trapped. All the exits go nowhere.
Well, we just have to search the rooms. It's a saw trap. So we will have been provided the tools. We just gotta find them. Junpei was not happy. Yeah, gee, you think, narration? The girl with pink hair spoke up.
Well, I'm sure they go somewhere. We just can't open them.
Then the mountain spoke.
You don't know that. For all we know, they just open into walls or take us in circles.
Well, we might as well try, man. The prince did not agree.
No, I'm sure they go somewhere. Otherwise, what point would there be?
Yeah, they're obviously
And we
puzzle
can
stuff.
open them. Well, 2 of them at least.
Oh, do you have the right key? Oh, no, the numbered
Oh,
doors.
you mean the numbered doors.
All eyes turned toward the doors with numbers on them. The atmosphere in the room grew
Hey,
tense.
wait a minute. I think I said this earlier, but I don't think we should do that.
The dancer moved in front of the doors as if to
We'd have
block
to be
them.
crazy to open these doors. If we do that, we're doing exactly what Zero wants us to do.
Ooh, maybe she has been in the previous game. Zero said some of them have been in previous notary games, even though this is the first video game in the series. So it'll be interesting to suss out who has and hasn't. Suddenly, everyone began to speak at once.
May as well give it a shot. Can't stay here forever.
Yes, I'm in favor as well.
No, I'm totally against this.
So you want to just sit and drown?
But shouldn't we at least try?
We don't know what'll happen. We should stay here.
I don't like you, lady.
We don't have time for that. In 8.5 hours, this ship is going to sink.
The clamor of voices made it next to impossible to determine who was saying what. Their arguments grew more and more intense until people were shouting and screaming at one another.
Hey, shut up!
They fell silent and all eyes turned to Junpei. He felt each stare burning into him, but he refused
Before
to
we try and
flinch.
decide where we're going to go, there's something else we ought to do.
Introduce ourselves.
What's that?
We need to exchange information. We don't know anything about each other. I want to know who you guys are. Who you are, where you came from, why you ended up here. Don't tell me you aren't curious too.
They were silent. Some of them looked the other way, or bit their lip, or crossed their arms and stared at the ceiling. But one of them spoke up. It was Akane.
I agree. I think Jumpy is right.
Akane. She has definitely been in a previous notary game. This is not her first rodeo. That would be narratively the most interesting, I think.
Jumpy?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking about him. I just call him Jumpy. His name is Junpei.
She pointed toward
We're
Junpei.
childhood friends. We went to the same elementary school.
Wait, stop! Don't tell us stuff we didn't ask you about.
Why is
He's
that?
probably watching us right now. What are you gonna do if he's listening in?
Oh, would that be bad?
I mean, presumably he knows all this shit already.
Oh, yeah, it would. We don't know how much that bastard knows about us. Maybe he just picked a bunch of random people to kidnap. If that is the case, then it'd be dangerous for us to let him know too much.
I don't think that's the case,
Zero knows
mister.
who we are. He could go after our families. Maybe he'd tell us he had them to get us to do stuff, you know?
But we still need to know what our names are. It's going to be hard to talk to each other if we don't have names.
All right, then why don't we have code names?
Interesting, all right. To him, apparently, it seemed like the obvious
Code
solution.
names?
This guy is definitely a criminal.
Yeah, we'll each pick something. Like, I'll be 7.
7? Why are you 7?
Presumably because of the number on his wrist. It seemed a fair question. The mountain stuck out his left arm.
Because this bracelet number says 7.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, that's a good idea.
He smirked.
All right, I'm gonna be Santa. Any of you chumps know Japanese? No? Well, san means 3. So, I'll be Santa. You know, like Santa Claus. Fits, don't you think?
Wait, Junpei and Akane have Japanese names. They're from Japan. How would they not know Japanese?
Then your bracelet number.
Yeah, it's got a 3 on it. Good job, Grandpa.
Just like the mountain had done, Silver thrust out his left hand. Sure enough, the face of his bracelet read 3.
Very well then. I'll go next, shall I? My bracelet number is 1. Given that, I think ace seems appropriate.
Yeah, that actually fits you pretty well.
I'll be Lotus then. As I'm sure you all know, it has 8 petals.
That's
Which
a fitting
means,
name.
of course, that my bracelet number is 8.
I would appreciate it if you would call me Snake.
I'm guessing 2?
My bracelet number
Yeah.
is 2. Since Ace has chosen cards, then I choose dice. Snake eyes, clearly. Which is particularly relevant given that I am blind.
You can't see?
I knew it.
He'd kept his eyes closed during their entire ordeal, which had suggested something strange, but to hear it said so casually, it was something of a surprise. Everyone seemed a little nervous at the prince's proclamation, but no one seemed to know how to react to
Me
it.
next.
There was one person, however, who didn't seem to be surprised in the least. The girl with pink hair. Yeah, they seemed to know each other.
I want to be Clover.
3.
You know, like a 4-leaf
Or 4.
clover. Good luck, right?
Why did my mind jump to Shamrock before 4-leaf clover? Looking almost bored, she held out her left hand. The face of her bracelet showed the number 4. They'd come around to Junpei. He held out his bracelet.
All right, my number's 5. So my code name is gonna be...
Why have one? It's not like there's any point to it now.
The dancer cut him off in
I
mid-sentence.
mean, we all know your name already. You're Junpei.
Oh, yeah.
They all nodded. Akane stepped forward, nervously.
Then you should all call me by my name too. Because, I mean, it doesn't seem...
It doesn't seem fair to Jumpy.
You're thinking it's not cool for you to hide your name after you told us his.
Kind of fair. Akane fidgeted awkwardly. Junpei decided he had
What's
to
your
do
bracelet
something.
number?
It's 6.
She hesitated for a moment, then held out her left hand. As she'd claimed, the bracelet's face showed a 6. Junpei looked at it for a moment
All right then.
and thought.
Why don't we call you June?
Yeah, that works.
June?
Yeah, you know, it's the 6th month of the year. So you're June.
And also
Jumpy?
a name. Akane kneaded her hands and looked up at Junpei, uncertain. He smiled back at her, reassuring.
Are you good with that?
Yeah.
She thought about it for a few more minutes, then seemed to come to a decision and gave Junpei a small nod.
Okay then.
Their names decided, Junpei ran over them quickly
So this is
in his
how
head.
everyone breaks down. 1 is Ace. 2 is Snake. 3 is Santa. 4 is Clover. 5 is me. 6 is June. 7 is 7. And 8 is Lotus. That means 8 of us have revealed our bracelet numbers.
All right, number 9, what's your deal?
The only one left is...
That glasses guy with hair like a bird's nest.
You haven't said a thing so far, have you?
Yeah, he's been pretty silent. Maybe he's mute? His skin was pale, his breathing was heavy, and he was soaked with nervous sweat. I'll bet this guy is from a previous, has been in a previous Notary game. His behavior seemed very suspicious, or perhaps simply emotionally unstable. It was difficult to tell. Whatever the case, it seemed clear that he had only a fingertip's worth of a grip on his sanity. The girl with pink hair, Clover, walked up to him slowly. She put her hands on her hips and eyed him suspiciously.
What number are you?
I mean, obviously 9. He didn't answer. His bloodshot eyes twitched from person to person, and his breath came in hot pants.
I'm talking to you.
The man licked his dry lips with a shaking tongue and spoke with a voice like old
Isn't
paper.
it obvious?
Yeah, it
There
kind
are
of
9
is.
people here. And you know who numbers 1 through 8 are. I'm the only one left.
So you're 9?
Yeah.
He extended a trembling arm. The bracelet did indeed say 9. Clover looked at it contemptuously.
What's your code name?
Code name?
Yeah, it's a bit much to
What
ask
do you
of
want
him.
us to call you? We all made up names. You should too.
I don't need one.
Why not?
Because I am not gonna stay here with you.
He took a shuddering breath and exhaled. Clover looked at him with something very like disgust.
You've got some sort of plan?
I do.
Yeah? What's that?
You sure you want to know?
He's gonna kill all of us.
Yeah?
All right, let me show you. I'm gonna do this!
By the time they realized what he was doing, it was too late to stop him. The man's body moved like a snake's. In the blink of an eye, he had slid around behind her and wrapped his arm around her waist.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
Silver, Santa, leapt forward toward Clover and the 9th man. He was halfway
Stay
there when
back.
suddenly the man's hand dove into his pocket.
Ah,
He held it to Clover's pale, quivering
if you
neck.
get any closer, I'll cut her open. Yeah, that's right.
The man's smile was neither friendly nor reassuring. Sweat poured down his neck, soaking the collar of his shirt.
Clover, are you all right?
She sure isn't. The prince, Snake's voice, sounded oddly concerned.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Her voice shook, making her words even less
What the
convincing.
hell are you trying to do? I told you. This is my plan.
What are you gonna do to her, you sick son of a bitch?
Don't worry. I'm not gonna do anything to her. If she just does what I tell her to, I'll let her go.
Okay, 9 plus 4 is 13, which has a digital root of 4, so he's going to go through the 4 door. He started to move backwards, slowly, keeping his grip on Clover.
Slowly. That's right. Just follow me.
Keeping their distance, Junpei and the others followed. Eventually, the man reached the wall. He gave a start as his back touched it, then glanced around quickly and spoke.
Here. Verify. The left. Look on your left. Do you see the device on the wall? Place your hand on the scanner panel, the round part.
Yep, he's been through a notary game
What
before.
if I don't?
The man's nostrils flared and he looked like he was about to choke.
Are you an idiot? What do you think? I could slit your throat right now. I'll kill you if I have to. All I need is your bracelet. Just do it. Do it now.
This guy's been through a notary game before, which means he knows what's coming, which presumably means these are saw traps, and some of us are gonna die solving them. He pressed the knife against Clover's neck.
Okay, I'll do it.
Slowly, she stretched her left hand out towards the
Like
device.
this.
Her back was to it, and she had to feel around for a moment before she found the circular panel. It made a cold electronic noise, and on the display above her hand, an asterisk appeared.
So that's how it works. He called that round part of the device the scanner panel. If we put our left hand on it, our bracelet number gets entered into the device. Then, should you total the numbers on your numbered bracelets and find that the digital root of that number is equal to the number of that door, the door will open.
Junpei shifted his eyes to the door itself. The number on it was 5. Okay, so 4 plus 9 is 13, which has a digital root of 4. So he needs Ace. Junpei shifted his eyes to the door itself. The number on it was 5.
Why does this guy know so much about how this thing works? It's like he knows exactly what to do.
Good. Good. You're done. Next.
His bloodshot eyes crept from person to person until finally they stopped on the lion.
You, right?
Ace.
You're the one with the number 1 bracelet, right?
Yes, I am. So?
Then you're next. Just verify your number like this little brat did. What are you doing? Do it! Don't you care what happens to her?
Okay, just calm down.
Ace held up his hands, palms out. The 9th man jerked his chin toward the device. Slowly, cautiously, Ace moved toward the device. After what seemed like an agonizing eternity,
Now,
he reached it.
Verify.
All right, this is what you wanted, right?
Ace nodded and placed his hand on the scanner panel. The device beeped again and a second asterisk appeared.
Now the device has both Clover and Ace's numbers, 4 and 1. 4 plus 1 is 5. It's the same as the number written on the door.
But you need 3 numbers. 3 to
But it
5
won't open
people.
yet.
Only 3 to 5 people can pass through one numbered door.
One more person. If what Zero said is true, he needs one more person. Who? Who does he need?
Get back.
His voice shook, but the knife he held to Clover's throat made his words a command. Ace took 2, then 3 steps back.
Farther! More than that! Go all the way back!
Okay.
Slowly, Ace did what he was told. The 9th man's lips curled into a cruel, twisted smile.
Don't tell me.
That was when Junpei understood his plan.
Clover's 4 and Ace's 1. Added to the 9th man's 9. 4 plus 1 plus 9 is 14. And the digital root of 14, 1 plus 4, is 5. In other words...
Oh, he better not kill Clover immediately.
Thank God you were all so cooperative. Now I can get out of this nightmare.
He pressed his own hand against the scanner panel. A third asterisk appeared on the screen. He dropped his hand to the lever on the side of the device and pulled. The door opened with a heavy, metallic
Good.
groan.
I don't need you anymore.
He let go of Clover. Junpei leapt toward the 9th man, but he wasn't
Here.
fast enough.
She's all yours.
The man shoved Clover and hopped through the door.
Okay. Have a good one, guys. I'm going off ahead now. Well then, goodbye.
He raised his hand and waved, a twisted smirk on his face. Then he was gone. The door ground shut with a dull clang of metal on metal.
Clover, are you all right?
Snake ran to Clover's side as she lay on the floor.
Yeah, I'm fine.
She climbed unsteadily to her feet, and once there, leaned heavily on Snake's shoulder for support.
Damn it!
Junpei ran to the door.
Bastard!
The others followed him. Well, we can still get through with 4, 2, and 8. Several pairs of hands grabbed hold of the handles and pulled.
Open, damn it!
They grunted and strained, but...
Shit! It won't budge.
That was when Lotus, the dancer, spoke. Her voice was quiet.
Do you hear something?
Like, what?
Like some sort of beeping.
Junpei pressed his ear against the cold metal of the door. The others did the same. Oh, there's a bomb on the other side, and it's going off. This guy's about to die.
What is it?
Because he didn't go in with 3 to 5 people. Then they heard something else. It was the 9th man.
Why isn't it stopping? God damn it!
Yep, he's dead.
You lied!
Lied?
This wasn't supposed to happen! This is wrong! This is wrong!
His voice shook with fear. Safe on the outside, they stepped back from the door and looked at one another.
What is happening in there?
Open the door, please! I'm begging you! Help me! Please get me out of here! Get me out of here!
On the one hand, he hasn't earned that at all, but on the other, we might need the 9 at some point.
Ah, God damn it!
Junpei grabbed hold of the device. He slammed his hand on the scanner panel. Nothing happened.
Why? Why won't it work? Engaged? Is it because it's occupied?
Oh my god, oh my god! There's no time left! Listen, I was lied to! He lied to me! He put me in here! It was him! He killed me! It was him!
It was who? Is one of us Zero? The explosion rocked the room. Instinctively, they ducked, then stood up slowly when they realized there was no danger. No one spoke. Silence filled the room.
A beep?
Yep, doors openable again. All eyes turned toward
Did that thing just make that sound?
Oh yeah, he wasn't paying attention to the code names, so I guess he wouldn't have been able to say who it was.
The display changed from engaged to vacant.
Let's see if we can open it.
7. The mountain swallowed
Okay.
hard. Junpei nodded and placed his hand on the scanner panel. Okay, so that's 5. We need 5, 8, and 2. No, we need 5, 8, and 1. A red asterisk appeared on the LCD panel.
Well, it registered my bracelet number. But it won't open with one person. We need at least 2 more people.
What to do? 13, 14. Yeah, Ace and Lotus. Oh, these will all be options. Ooh, I have branching choices. Ooh. Okay. Interesting. Lotus is absolutely going to say no. Snake is at least pretending to be blind. So... Wait a minute. No, Clover could have told him what his number was. Never mind. It's not a gotcha that he's blind and he knew what his number was. Okay, Clover or the others could have told him his number. Who do I want? 7's kinda dumb and Snake is blind. Oh, excuse me. This is a tough choice. Ace and Lotus or Santa and June? I'm going to go with... I want to know the deal with Ace and Lotus. I'm going to go with Ace and Lotus.
Ace, Lotus, you think you could give me a hand here?
The pun was a little too on the nose, but the mood was still grim. Both Santa and June lifted their left hands silently. Oh. He verified and she followed suit. Why did Santa and June lift their hands if Ace and Lotus... Because it just showed 1 and 8.
5 plus 1 plus 8 equals 14. The digital root of 14, 1 plus 4 equals 5. This should do it. Now we just need to pull the lever on the side. You guys ready? I'm gonna open it.
Junpei grabbed the lever and looked back over his shoulder. They stiffened and nodded. Junpei nodded back and set his mouth in a grim line. Then he slowly lowered the lever. Time to see what's in here. There was a metallic groan and the door slid open. A breath of air drifted out of it, carrying a stench that nearly made them gag. Junpei grimaced and put a hand over his mouth.
Oh my god.
Good God.
Lotus and Ace shuddered. 7 grunted.
Oh, that's pretty bad.
Even Santa's voice shook.
It blew up.
It appeared that Santa was right. The hallway on the other side of the door was splattered with chunks of torn flesh and dark red blood. The shriek echoed across the room. It had come from June. Then her strength left her and she dropped. As Junpei turned to catch her, the door groaned shut. She crumpled to the floor.
June, are you okay?
Junpei dropped to his knees and put his arm around her shoulders. That was when he noticed. Her whole body was feverish. She was radiating intense heat.
What the hell? Where'd this fever come from?
June didn't answer. Her face looked like wax, and her whole body began to shake.
Okay, let's just rest for a minute, okay? You think you can walk?
Does she have a terminal illness? Did she agree to play this game to get a cure? She nodded weakly. Junpei lifted June to her feet and guided her to a nearby chair.
Here we go.
As gently as he could, he set her down in it.
How are you feeling? Are you all right?
She nodded, and as she did, a single huge tear rolled down the side of her face.
Why did this happen
Her voice cracked, broken by misery and grief and choked by sobs.
Why did this happen?
Junpei spun
Do any
around.
of you know what the fuck is going on here? Who's Zero? What's this nonary game? Come on! Anybody? Anything?
It would be interesting if she was
What the
Zero.
hell is going on? What are we doing here?
No one spoke. Ace, Snake, Santa, Clover, Seven, and Lotus. They simply stood there, 7 pairs of downcast eyes and 7 grim lines for mouths. June's body shook with silent sobs. They slowed as the minutes ticked by, and eventually they stopped. Then, suddenly, in the cold, heavy silence that had enveloped them like a thick fog, a bell began to ring. The clock in the central hall. 7, 8, 9, 10 times. And then, on the 10th ring, it stopped. The sound of the bell faded away into silence.
It's 10 o'clock then.
Ace said what each one of them had been thinking.
It's been an hour since Zero's little announcement.
Seven's deep voice echoed across the room.
Fuck! I've had enough of this crap!
Santa leapt to his feet, his fists
How
clenched.
long are we gonna pussyfoot around like this? We've only got 8 hours until this time limit Zero is going on about is up. Let's get going already! Go! Go!
Santa's outburst fell on deaf ears. No one seemed to agree with him. No, I'm with Santa here. They stared back at him, their eyes blank and their faces tired. Finally, Lotus spoke.
No, I refuse. I'm not gonna end up like him.
So you would rather drown?
Him? You mean the 9th man?
Of course, who else?
In his mind's eye, Junpei saw the corpse again.
Blood and pieces of flesh.
The dark, reddish-black pool of blood. The scattered pieces of flesh. Organs strewn across the floor like the blossoming of a grotesque flower. The explosion that had torn through his body had been
That's
powerful.
no way for a person to die.
The 9th man's neck had been twisted at an odd angle. Junpei suspected the detonation had thrown him against the wall. Half of his face was crushed, and the other half was covered in blood. Most of his abdomen had been emptied, either by the explosion or by gravity. He had landed on his back, and stark white ribs jutted up out of his chest like the legs of some sort of macabre crab. Junpei felt something flip in his stomach.
I think he just screwed up.
Eyebrows went up, and Santa
Probably
continued.
set off some sort of trap, and that killed him. I'm not gonna screw up like that. I'm getting out of here alive.
What do you have to say, Snake? Whatever Snake was laughing at, Santa did not find particularly
What's
humorous.
so goddamn funny?
Oh, my apologies. You were just, so very confident. I couldn't help myself.
What the fuck?
I think you've mistaken the situation.
Huh?
The 9th man's death. It had nothing to do with the trap. Or at least, not the sort of trap you imagine it did.
Then?
He broke one of Zero's rules. That was why he died. Quite simple if you think about it.
Oh, the things on her wrists are bombs!
Huh? You still don't... All right. How about you take a moment and think back to what Zero said? Specifically, what did he say about the number of people?
He said only 3 to 5 people can pass through one numbered door, right?
And after that? You've forgotten the relevant part. What did Zero say?
Santa furrowed his brow in thought. Junpei thought back. Zero said that everyone who verified had to go.
All those who enter must leave, and all who enter must contribute, right? I think it was something like that. Whatever it was, it means that groups of less than 3 or more than 5 can't go through.
That is correct. A gold star for you, Junpei.
Snake inclined his head toward
The ninth
Junpei.
man, however, broke that rule. He tried to pass through a numbered door by himself. That was why he was executed.
And Zero's watching us from somewhere, making sure we don't break any rules.
Oh, I'm not so sure of that.
Why not?
Because this execution system is entirely automatic. You didn't notice? There's no need for him to monitor us.
What do you mean?
Snake looked at Seven with what could only be described as pity
Very
and
well.
sighed.
I see it must be me who tells you. I've waited long enough, I suppose. I had hoped Zero might spare me the trouble, but that seems increasingly unlikely.
You were part of a previous game. He couldn't see them, of course, but perhaps Snake sensed the confused eyes upon him. When Ace spoke, he gave words to everyone else's thoughts.
Do you know something?
Well, I know a great many things, but yes.
What is it you know?
Here.
Snake removed a card from the pocket of his jacket.
What does it say?
See for yourself.
With a flourish, he presented it to Ace, who took a close look at it and
Come
spoke.
on now, what's the point of giving me this?
Give me that.
Santa snatched the card from Ace, but his expression of disgust quickly turned to one of confusion.
Huh? The hell is this?
What are you wearing on top of your tank top? Is that some kind of strip scarf? Did you cut a scarf up into strips? Wait, Snake is Taliesin Jaffe? Nice. Seven tugged it out of Santa's hands. The card went from Seven to Lotus, from Lotus to June, and finally to Junpei. He looked at it and understood.
This is Braille.
Braille, the written language of the blind. The card was covered with small, embossed bumps. He bought from the Nomura store. Junpei could recognize it, but he certainly couldn't
Sorry,
read
guys,
it.
I can't read this. Here, have it back.
Junpei handed the card back to Snake, who nodded at him with a small
Okay,
smirk.
that was fun. What's so important about that card?
I found it in my pocket. I can only assume it is a message from Zero.
Well, read
From
it to
Zero?
us.
A message?
What does it say?
Suddenly, everyone was crowding around Snake, desperate to hear what the message said. Santa especially looked as if he were about to grab hold of Snake and shake the answers from him. Snake raised his hand.
Calm down now. No need to panic. You don't need to force me. I'll read it.
Junpei swallowed hard and waited for him to start. He was not the only one. Presently, Snake began to read, his voice calm. His fingers glided over the tiny bumps as he spoke.
Bracelet number 2. Since you are not blessed with sight, I shall bless you, and only you, with information. I shall tell you of the function of the red, of the dead, and of the bracelet.
The red, the dead, and the redemption.
The red is the recognition device.
Oh, let Snake read it. Come on.
It will verify your number. Beside every numbered door, you will find a red. The dead is the deactivation device. It does exactly what it says. Once you have passed through the numbered door, you must use the dead to stop the detonator in your bracelet. But perhaps you are wondering, what does this detonator detonate? I am afraid this might be something of a surprise.
Is there a bomb in our guts?
I have placed a small bomb inside of you and people who you are about to meet. You swallowed it while you were unconscious. I have no doubt, by the time you read this note, the bomb will have passed your stomach and found its way to your small intestine. In other words, you will be unable to regurgitate it. I suggest you do not try. As I mentioned before, the bracelet on your left hand contains a detonator.
Man, that's gonna be awful to shit out.
Think of it as a remote fuse, or timer, for God in your body. There is only one condition which will cause it to detonate. That condition is that you enter a numbered door. Once you have done so, the timer will activate, no matter who you may be.
There is definitely not enough braille on that card to say all this.
You will have 81 seconds.
81 seconds?!
Out of that time, the detonator has not been deactivated. It will send a signal to the bomb in your body, instructing it to explode. In order to deactivate the detonator, every person who verified their number at the red must also verify their numbers at the dead. Once all numbers have been verified by the dead, you need only pull the lever at its side, and the countdown will cease. Anyone who does not verify their number at the red will find themselves unable to verify their number at the dead. That is to say, if you
Oh, 81 is 9 times 9, right.
First verifying your number at the red, in 81 seconds, you will be dead. You must also keep in mind that the numbered doors will close automatically after 9 seconds have passed. So long as the doors open, the dead will not function. You would do well to remember this. Lastly, let's discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1. You escape from this ship. 2. Your heart rate reaches 0.
That's gonna come into play. We're gonna have to stop our hearts at some point.
In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship, or the outside of where its heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically.
Will we be able to take the 9th man's bracelet and use it? Probably
There
not.
is no other way to remove your bracelet. If you attempt to force it off or disable the detonator, the bomb within you will immediately explode.
This is all the information which I can impart to you. How you choose to use it is for you to decide. If used wisely, you can eliminate those who might be a danger to you. For a time, you would be able to control your fate.
Eliminate those who might be a danger to you.
I wish you the best of luck.
Snake finished reading and carefully returned the card to his
So
pocket.
it's saying only those who verify their numbers at the red can pass through the numbered doors. Teams can't add or subtract people after they're scanned in. The reds, deads, and bracelets enforce the rules. They're judge, jury, and executioner.
Oh, he's trying to make himself puke.
Shit! A fucking bomb! Come out! Come out, damn it!
Oh, man. I don't think shit in your pants right here will work. In defiance of Zero's suggestions, both Santa and Seven put fingers down their throats and began to gag. The rest stiffened. Some touched their stomachs. Some simply stared at their bracelets. Junpei gingerly touched his stomach.
Bomb inside me.
The thought of it made him queasy. His stomach felt oddly hollow, and his legs were weak.
What made Zero think creating this horror show of a game was a good idea?
Junpei looked over at the
All right.
others.
I'm gonna ask one more time. Do any of you know anything about Zero?
They were all silent, each person waiting to hear what the others would say. Finally, Santa
Actually,
spoke.
I saw him. I saw Zero when I got grabbed.
Yep, so did
I
I.
didn't see his face, though. Son of a bitch was wearing some kind of gas mask. What the hell? Come on, guys, give me something. You know, like surprise or something?
They all saw him too. Instead, it was Santa who looked surprised. There was a moment of silence, and then everyone spoke at once.
I saw that too.
I did as well.
Me too. I didn't see inside the mask, though.
Santa saw
That
nothing.
mask, it was really scary.
Oh, so
Or not Santa, Snake saw nothing, sorry.
all of our abductions were the same. We were taken from home at midnight. The person claiming to be Zero had a mask on. There was white smoke, and then each of us passed out. We woke up to find ourselves on D-Deck, in a room with a 3-level bunk bed.
How about you, Seven? Did the same happen to you?
Only Seven's story seemed to lack the detail of the
Oh,
others.
Me? Yeah, well, mine was just like the rest of yours.
That was all he had said. It had occurred to Junpei at the time that it sounded somewhat strange, but he didn't press the issue.
Okay, that's good enough for now.
He hadn't done so because there was something that struck him as even stranger.
I have a question.
That was the mystery of the relationship between Snake and Clover.
Snake and Clover. You were both kidnapped from the same room, and you woke up together.
Junpei looked at them thoughtfully.
So, what's the deal with the two of you anyway?
It was Clover that answered. Clearly, she felt she had
We're
nothing to hide.
siblings.
What?
Siblings?
Yes. Snake is my older brother, obviously. That means I'm his little sister. That really so hard to understand?
Junpei was taken aback. The others seemed just as surprised.
She is correct, of course.
He laid his hand on
Are
Clover's
you,
shoulder.
Surprised?
Well, yeah, but...
Kind of thought you two were dating.
Why? There are other people here with connections to one another.
You know what?
Those
That's
two,
fair.
for instance.
Snake pointed at Junpei and June. How do you know where we're standing?
Oh, you mean between Jumpy and me?
Ah, yes. You did say you were childhood friends, didn't you?
Wait, you went to school together?
Yeah.
June glanced at Junpei, uncomfortable with the sudden attention.
Yeah.
Junpei felt somewhat nervous as well, and tried to scratch his head as casually as possible.
Hey, you think maybe we could figure out who Zero is this way?
Yeah, you're right. You connect the dots between the victims, and that leads you to the perp. Textbook stuff.
Junpei. June. Does any of this ring a bell?
Huh, ring a bell.
Ring a bell?
They looked at one another, and like it was staged, they both tilted their neck at the same
Well,
time.
Perhaps you went to school with the son of a multimillionaire.
A millionaire?
Son?
Well, someone bought this boat and set up all of this. Whoever Zero is, they must be incredibly rich.
Well, we can't be sure of that. To me, this seems as though it's the work of an organization, not an individual. Most likely, Zero is simply the representative of a larger group.
What sort of organization?
It could be a number of things. An army, perhaps, or a research group. Perhaps this is all some sort of psychological experiment.
If it is, then it's a pretty fucked up experiment. I mean, come on! A guy's dead!
The word dead hung in the air, heavy and ominous. The room went quiet again.
I don't know who the hell this Zero asshole is, but I know for sure he's gotta be pretty fucked up in the head to do all this. If this was all one guy, then he's got some serious issues.
Even with the specter of death hanging over them, their discussions continued for some time. If I hit menu, I can save. Okay.
I thought we were finished with that topic.
But then what should we do?
We should talk it through.
Oh my god, enough! All we're doing is talking!
Yeah, we've got limited time. We need to start working. Well, I guess since we only have 81 seconds to solve puzzles, it's not going to take us that much time to do or die. Santa threw up his hands, his voice filled with irritation.
Talking won't solve anything. It can't help us find our way out of here. You really sure you want to just sit around? We've only got 7.5 hours left. We already wasted an hour and a half of our 9 hours.
Everyone there was already on the edge of panic. What Santa told them only made that feeling more intense. No one was willing to argue this time.
You're right.
Very well then. There's only one way for us to proceed.
Sure not gonna be fun running around knowing we gotta jump when Zero says jump.
Well, it's stupid to just sit around here doing nothing.
Thanks to Snake's card, at least we have some idea of how this all works.
Correct. And so long as we all follow the rules, we will most likely be all right.
We've still got to solve puzzles within 81 seconds. Though chat said time doesn't reel, so I guess I don't have to do it in 81 seconds.
But what?
Who's going to go in which door?
June looked toward the numbered doors.
Oh yeah, that's right. We can't have any more than 5 people in one door. All 8 of us can't go in the same door.
Then it would seem we will have to split up.
Wait.
Lotus looked
I'm
terrified.
telling you now, there is no way in hell that I'm going into door 5.
Yeah,
Come on,
fair.
Don't be selfish.
Call me whatever the hell you want. I'm not going in there.
Let her go in
If
door
I'm
4.
going to have to walk through all that blood, then I'd rather stay here.
And we were doing so well.
Ace shook his head sadly.
Sorry, but I ain't going in there either. Someone else can go into door 5.
Okay, so we're missing 3 and 8.
Santa, not you too.
Hey man, I just bought these shoes.
Really?
You think I'm getting
Alright.
some creepy dude's blood all over him? You got another thing coming.
That was the
What
last
the hell,
straw.
man? Weren't you the one who kept saying we should get going?
Yeah, so? Doesn't mean I wanted to go into door 5.
Oh, God.
There was an awkward silence as everyone looked at him and said, "What the fuck, you asshole?" Finally, 7 spoke.
Fine, I'll go into door 5. I can't go in there alone, though. Anyone else willing to come with me?
Alright, so 7. I'm probably going in. 7 and 5 is 12. So 2 more is Snake. 2 more is Snake. So 7 and Snake. There was another long silence. This time Snake was the one to break
I'll
it.
go.
What?
Don't worry. You'll be fine. We may part now, but I'm certain we'll meet again later.
How do you know that?
Because I do.
That's not an answer! If you're going, I'm going too. I'm going into door 5.
Okay, well, we gotta have more than 3 people then. So 4, 2, and 7 is 13. Let's see, 4, 2, 7. 4, 2, 7. What happens if you add 5? It's 13, 18. No, that turns into 9. So we've got to send 4, 2, 7, and 1.
What am I going to do with you?
There's nothing you have to do.
Ace
If I
stepped
join
forward.
you, the problem is solved, correct? 7 is 7, and Snake is 2. And if you add Clover's 4 and my 1, the digital root will be 5.
7 plus 2 plus 4 plus 1 is 14.
Yes, I know how math
The digital
works.
root of 14. 1 plus 4 is 5.
They keep hammering that home, which is useful for much less math-aligned people. I get it, but as somebody who is fairly quick at math, it's a little annoying.
Oh, it works perfectly. The 4 of us can go into door 5.
Wait. What about the other 4? What's their digital root gonna be?
Okay, so 8 plus 3 plus 5 plus 6. 8 plus 3 is 11, plus 5 is 16, plus 6 is 22. The other 4 can go into door 4. Junpei did a quick mental calculation.
Lotus, Santa, June, and me. Our bracelet numbers are 8, 3, 6, and 5. 8, 3, 6, 5. What would our digital root be?
4.
8 plus 3 plus 6 plus 5 is 22. So...
999 was just a fiendish attempt to teach people math and digital
digital
roots.
root of 22, 2 plus 2 equals 4.
Is digital root a real thing? I've never heard of it before. He repeated what
It's
he
4.
determined.
Add up our 4 bracelet numbers and the digital root is 4.
Then we can go into door 4.
Yeah. Huh. That worked out well.
So the team assignments will be like this. 7, Snake, Clover, and Ace. They would go through door 5.
I kind of want to know more about Ace.
Lotus, Santa, June, and me will go through door 4.
So Zero knew 9 was going to die. Zero knew that 9 was going to betray us, go through a door, and die. He set that up specifically so that we'd have the right number of people to go through doors 4 and 5.
Are these really the teams I want? Beyond door 5 is what remains of the 9th man. I never want to see that thing again, but something's telling me that it'd be a good idea to examine the corpse, even just a little closer. Of course,
Gross.
if I went through door 5, I wouldn't be going with Lotus and Santa. I could bring June with me through door 5, but that means she'd have to see the body in there. I don't want to put her through that.
Junpei
Should
was
I stay
torn.
silent and go through door 4?
I have to
Should I
choose.
stop them and insist on door 5?
As he turned his options over and over in his mind, Ace spoke up.
All right then. It seems we've reached a conclusion. Shall we go?
He began to walk towards door
I'm going
5.
through door 5.
Clover and Snake followed, with 7 a short distance behind.
We're over there too, right, Snake?
The door's not going anywhere. Slow down.
Which door?
Ooh, I do have to choose. Interesting. All right, well, while I think about that, I'm going to take a quick break and have a snack because I am starving. So I will be back in a few minutes, guys. Enjoy the music. Okay, so here's my thought process. If I go into door 5, it'll be me, Akane, Ace, and Snake, which means splitting up Snake and Clover, and taking Akane into a room where she'll have to confront some horrors. But I'm suspicious as hell of Akane, so there's that. That would leave Santa, Clover, Seven, and Lotus to do door number 4. Excuse me. So I wouldn't be able to go in with, with Santa either way. Not Santa, Seven. A hard time keeping these guys straight with so many S names. But I should examine the body, as horrible as that sounds. Sorry, just finishing up some bacon jerky and then we'll continue. Okay, I'm going through door number 5.
Hey, wait.
Junpei's cry echoed across the room. The 4 people walking towards the door stopped, turned back
I want to go
toward
through
him.
door 5 too.
The words were scarcely out of his mouth when June spoke up.
What are you saying, Jumpy? If you're going through that door, then I'm going with you.
He turned around to look at her. Well, that's pretty vehement. I kind of thought you'd be at least pretending to be unhappy about it. He turned around to look at her.
No, I can't take you with me.
Why?
Well, you know what's in there, don't you? Are you sure you want to see that?
Well...
June opened her mouth as if to say something, but instead closed it again and looked at the floor. Junpei felt an ache in his chest at her clear distress, but... The choice was not his to make. There was nothing else he could do. Junpei turned away from June, doing his best to silence his turbulent emotions.
Please, let me go into door 5.
7 scratched his head and looked at the young man.
Now we're right back where we started, you know that?
Junpei's bracelet is number 5, right? If we are going to add Junpei, then we must subtract 5 from the rest of us.
Snake turned to Ace.
Please, take good care of Clover.
Oh, all right. That's fine.
1 + 4 = 5.
Don't go away!
You need to listen to me, Clover. Go to door 4 with the others.
No!
Don't be so selfish.
Snake's tone was harsh.
Why?
Tears welled up in Clover's eyes. She bit her lip and did her best to fight them off. Snake's expression softened, and he put his arms around Clover. He held her close and whispered into her ear.
Fine. Just relax.
It looked as though he whispered 2 or 3 more words, but whatever they were, Junpei didn't hear them. Was it "I love you"? I'm betting these guys aren't siblings.
What did he tell her?
He couldn't help but wonder what the other man had said. Snake pulled back from his sister, his eyes kind and inquiring.
I understand.
Her voice was barely audible from where Junpei stood. Before long, new teams
Let's make
were
sure
assembled.
we've got this straight. Those going to door 5 are me, 7, and Snake. 7 + 2 + 5 = 14. And the digital root of 14, 1 + 4, is 5. And those going to door 4 are Lotus, Santa, June, Ace, and Clover. 8 + 3 + 6 + 1 + 4 is 22. And the digital root of 22 is 2 + 2, 4. We're okay with this.
No problems here.
Yes. Let's do it.
All right, then.
Seven, Snake, and Junpei scanned their numbered bracelets in quick succession. The screen of the red showed 3 asterisks.
The lever's all that's left. Okay. All right, then. Let's go.
Junpei glanced around one last time, his hand resting on the lever of the red.
Okay. Please be careful.
Concern was written plainly across
will.
her face. Junpei looked her in the eye and gave what he hoped was a reassuring nod. He pulled the lever. All right, puzzle time. With the sharp clack of a lock releasing, the door swung
And
open.
it's open.
Ahead of them, in the small hallway, were the pitiful remains of the ninth man.
That's messed up.
That was the 9th man.
For a moment, Junpei froze. Try as he might, his eyes would not leave the corpse, and his feet would not leave the floor. 7, too, seemed paralyzed. Oh, his foot sounds are squidgy! Ugh! Snake, on the other hand, seemed unconcerned. He walked calmly down the bloody hallway, and only stopped when he realized his companions were not following.
How can you...
Well, do you intend to kill me? I assume you haven't forgotten the door only remains open for 9 seconds, have you?
And it took you more than 9 seconds to say that, so it really should be closed. He hadn't even bothered to turn around. His head was, at most, slightly cocked toward one shoulder.
Let's go!
Junpei and 7 looked at one another, nodded, and threw themselves through the door. As they did, a cold tone sounded from the left wrists of all 3 men. 7 and Junpei looked down at their bracelets. On both of them, and on Snake's, a red skull had flickered to life.
The countdown started!
They had scarcely processed this information when... With a metallic slam, the numbered door behind them swung shut.
The door!
There's no turning back now. And if we don't manage to find the deactivation device...
Hey, where is the dead?
The fear and urgency in Seven's face reflected what all three of them
How the
felt.
hell should I know? Stay calm. Look around you.
Okay, I get it.
Junpei spun around, searching desperately for the dead. It's probably in that room over there. He found it easily enough. It was on the wall next to the closed door labeled 5.
Right here.
As he yelled, he struck the scanner with his hand. The other two scrambled to follow suit. As soon as they finished, Snake threw the lever down. It's that easy? You just have to find the item? Or the scanner? You don't have to solve a puzzle first? I guess being forced to solve a puzzle in 81 seconds would be a little ridiculous.
Well, it looks like it stopped.
As he spoke, Junpei wiped the sweat from his forehead with a trembling
Goddamn
hand.
thing's gonna give me a heart attack.
A muscle stood out in Seven's neck, and the corners of his mouth were twitching.
Jumpy, are you all right? Are you guys okay?
They could hear anxious voices, muffled but distinct, from the other side
Yeah,
of the door.
we're fine. The detonators have been deactivated.
They heard relieved sighs, and even through the door, the three men could feel the tension disperse.
All right, we're moving on. Be careful, okay?
Okay.
Sure thing.
And they're gone.
They heard footsteps moving away, and before long, they were alone
Now.
again. Junpei looked around.
Doesn't look like we can go any further this way.
There's a door. Being forced to navigate 3 people to a panel in 81 seconds is terrifying. Even if you find the dead, imagine how much you'd bump into each other. And depending on the temperaments of the people, they'd fight over the order it happens in. The hallway ended roughly 20 or 30 feet from where they
Maybe
stood.
this wall can be moved. Or not. It's not budging.
Hey, there's a door over there.
To the left, however, was a wooden door that looked positively inviting by comparison. B-53 First Class. In the middle of it was a plaque that read First Class.
First class cabin, huh?
Well, it seems like it.
Let's have a look then, shall we? All right then, let's go.
Yeah.
Without hesitation, Snake opened the door and stepped inside. 7 followed closely behind him. Junpei moved to follow them as well, but he stopped just short of the threshold and looked back, not knowing why.
I don't want to look, but...
Lying in the small hallway was a man's body, or at least what was left of it. He'd tried hard to avoid looking at the grisly scene, but it just wouldn't leave his mind.
It's so horrible. I can't even tell what's what.
What had once been a man's internal organs now looked like so much vomit. Ugh. As though something had chewed up and spit out the better part of his torso. It was hideous, but worse still, it was cruel. It was hard to believe the thing on the floor had once been human. The black pool of thick blood. The lumps of glistening flesh spread across the floor. The awkward, twisted tangle of shredded intestines. The head wrenched to some grotesque, unnatural position.
He'd been wearing these.
I wonder if the 9 bracelet still works. The man's glasses lay next to his head. The lenses were cracked and the frame bent and distorted. And next to the glasses lay a bracelet, the number 9 still displayed on its
Bracelet's
face.
off. Oh wait, Zero did say.
Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1. You escape from this ship. 2. For Hartley, which is 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the convoy of the ship, or detects that Ignora's heartbeat has fallen to zero, it will shut down automatically.
The bracelet comes off when you're dead. But what the hell's the point of getting it off when you end up like this? Just imagining how it must have happened. This was a human.
Yeah, don't think about it so hard, man. Suddenly, Junpei felt his stomach convulse, and a knot of muscle gripped his throat.
Oh, God. Oh, I feel like I'm gonna puke. Oh, I gotta get out of here.
Grab the bracelet. He clapped his hands over his mouth and ran to the first-class cabin. The atmosphere changed immediately. The room was gorgeous, and despite the apparent age of the ship, none the worse for wear.
Where did they...
He looked around. Seven and Snake were nowhere to be seen. There were 2 doors on the right side of the room. He opened the one on his right and went through.
Through here?
Oh, this is going to be a puzzle, isn't it? On the other side of the door was a short hallway. He jogged down the hallway, opened the door at the other end, and peeked through. There they were, to his right, busy examining something.
What's up?
He stepped through the door and walked toward them.
Check this out. We found this thing here on the door.
Okay, that's a lock.
The red light's on. Does that mean it's locked?
I mean, presumably that's why they haven't gone through it.
So I would assume.
Is there any other way out?
We looked around a little. Other than this door, we didn't find anything.
So you're telling me that unless we can open this door...
Yes. We won't be going anywhere.
Junpei stepped away from the door and looked around the room.
This looks like a bedroom.
Then the other room is probably a living room. Or the closest you can get to one on a ship.
All right, let's find a way to open this door. Come on, guys.
Finally, a second puzzle, 2 hours later. Okay. So there's a bedroom, there's a bathroom, there's a toilet room, there's a study. No, these are both closets. And there's a living room. All right. Aha! Score played? I have to play music? Uh-oh. It took Junpei by surprise. Snake, usually so calm and collected, suddenly began to move. He stared about the room almost frantically, clearly looking for something. No, Junpei thought, not staring. After all, he's blind. Is he, though? Blind or not, Snake was clearly attempting to do something. At last, Junpei could no longer contain his curiosity.
What's wrong? You got weird all of a sudden.
Snake waited a moment before
I
answering.
heard something strange.
Something strange?
Ah, well, never mind. It doesn't seem to be anything suspicious. I don't wish to toot my own horn, but my auditory senses are considerably more advanced than those of most humans. I notice even the slightest of noises.
Right. Are you gonna tell me you can hear a needle drop from a mile away?
No, such a thing would be impossible. However, by listening to the sound of footsteps and breathing, as well as sound echoing off the environment, I can locate most objects.
Seriously? This guy can echolocate?
Oh yeah, that's right. When Clover fell on the big staircase a little while ago, you were at her side immediately. So that was...
Yes, I could hear it happening. In fact, I can run quite fast. Certainly as fast as you. And should someone attempt to start a fight with me, I am quite confident that I could defeat them.
Sure you are. Because I'm sure you're actually blind.
Oh, really?
Junpei was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. He stared at Snake, skeptical.
You don't believe me, do you? Care to give it a try?
Well, that would end poorly for one of us.
I must warn you, you'll no doubt regret it. Well, I suppose that's enough playing around. Let's resume our search, shall we?
With a small, self-satisfied smile, Snake turned and walked away from Junpei. A white desk. Feels kind of fancy. Alright, nothing there. Alright, let's examine this. So this is the locking thing. It's flashing red. That's usually not a good sign. Is that a microphone? A microphone? It looks like a handle of some sort. It looks like a satellite dish. Let me see. Well, judging by the feel of it, I would guess that we are meant to produce some sort of sound. And this device will sense it and unlock. So we gotta play the piano or something. It's totally a table with a mirror. Ah, yes. You know, that sort of thing is known as a vanity. Were you aware of that, Junpei? Of course, vanity also refers to self-love, conceit, and narcissism. As such, you could say that every day when a woman looks into one of these, she is staring at her own conceit and narcissism. Doesn't that strike you as terribly sad? Oh, it's definitely not just women who do that, buddy. Nothing in the drawer. Totally empty. Ah, there's a piano. What's this? This isn't a score. Is this a map of the ship? A map? There's a map of the ship here? Yeah. Then I imagine it will prove very helpful. You'd best hold on to it, Junpei. Okay. It is now possible to use the map screen. Map screen. The map screen can only be viewed during the story sections. While on the map screen, you can examine a map of the ship's floor plan, which you will acquire over the course of the story. Clicking the green parts of the floor plan will allow you to see a bird's eye view for that room. Piano keyboard. What is Snake doing? He can't play, can he? This piano. There's something amiss with the keys. You mean it's out of tune or something? No, not that. It's properly tuned, just... I'm betting the keys are in the wrong order. Well, the sounds are clearly purposefully different. The C key doesn't yield a C, but rather a different note entirely. The same goes for the D keys. They play some other note. Huh, why do you think it's like that? Isn't it painfully obvious? Zero modified it in some way. This piano, you see, is part of one of the puzzles Zero has set for us. Perhaps if we play the keys in the correct order, something will happen. In other words, we need to play a song on the piano. I believe so. A window. There's an iron plate nailed to it. White desk. Snake's rubbing it. Why is he rubbing it? This is a high-quality desk. Teak, or perhaps mahogany. Wow, how can you tell? Oh, I have my ways. Oh, wow, this fabric feels great. I bet that chair is really comfortable. Okay, so this is a closet. Yes, that's a safe. The safe is locked. It's one of those dial locks. It doesn't have a key. We just need to get the dials in the right place and it'll open. Did you find anything, Seven? Nope. How about you, Snake? I also found nothing. More music. Leather suitcase. There's nothing inside. I can tell by the weight, and it makes no noise when shaken. Fair enough. Alright, we got a dialogue. Probably has more music inside it. Let's see what's in the bathroom. Let's unplug the water. Bathtub is full of water. Is there ash or something in this water? It looks kind of gray. Let's just pull the plug. No, hold on. Maybe we can, I don't know, use it for something? Use it for something? Ooh, we gotta dip something in it. Alright. Huh? This faucet is really hard to turn. Man, it doesn't matter how hard I yank on it. This thing won't budge. Hard for you to turn, kid. How about you let a man give it a shot? Alright, alright. Damn it, nothing. Might as well be a damn rock. It looks like something's holding that knob in place. Well, if you can't do it, 7, guess we might as well give up. The lights, huh? Nope, doesn't look like there's anything hidden there. Testing, testing. Hey, it's great to see you all here. I just flew in from New York, and boy are my arms tired. Yes, thank you. I'll be here all week. Try the veal. That's not a mic, 7. It's just a shower head. What? What the hell? Okay, he totally knew that. Well, the sink's clean. Any water? Nothing's coming out. We've got the faucet on all the way, but I can't hear anything. Okay, so that's everything in the bathroom. Let's go to the toilet. No, we can't. Closet first. More music. Score plate G. Suitcase made of leather, the color of rich mahogany. Well, shoot. Looks like there's nothing in it. What about the one on the bottom? Nope. I get it. You're going to use this vase, right? That's pretty clever, Junpei. We just got to fill this thing with water. What? What are you talking about? Oh, man, you don't get it? Just grab that vase and take a look around. You'll figure it out soon enough. Okay, what do we got to fill with water? Oh, we got a... I see. There's fire in the fireplace and a music plate there. Let's read this first, though. A heavy piece of paper, folded in half. It has the letters S, C, O, R, and E on the front of it. Score. That must mean musical score. If that's true, then the score we just found was probably in here. At least at some point. Can I take it and combine them? Let's put sheet music in it. I guess I gotta get them all first. There's an expensive looking chair sitting over here. This couch looks just big enough for 3 people. Looks perfect for me. What? Perfect for an elegant gentleman like myself. The couch looks a lot more elegant. Hey, there's something you aren't saying. Never mind. This is some sort of antique desk. Makes sense, though, I guess. This whole room's full of antiques. You could get a nice handful of cash for all this stuff in here. Alright. There are a couple lights on the wall here. Okay. What about this light? Nope. That's part of the desk. Alright. It's a toilet. Doesn't seem to be anything in the toilet or the tank. There's some toilet paper on the wall there. Nothing that looks suspicious. Nothing in the tank. If we fill the vase up, then we can toss it. Huh? Not really sure what he's saying. Whatever. Let's just get this vase full of water. Alright, time to put this fire out. About time, buddy. Let's do it. Here we go. Good job. Another success. That fire didn't stand a chance. We'll take that. I'll just pull this out now. Don't want to get burned, so let's pull down the sleeves. Score plate. As Junpei tucked the plate into his pocket. Are you sick too? Oh, he fainted. Seven cried out and stumbled, his balance lost. He threw out a hand and caught the wall in time to steady himself and avoid the floor, but his face was flushed and he looked startled.
Hey, Seven, what the hell was that? Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. I just felt a little dizzy, that's all.
Seven rubbed a couple of fingers across his brow and then shook his head as if to clear it.
What the hell is wrong with me? There's memory loss, now I'm getting dizzy for no reason.
Memory loss?
Junpei couldn't hide the surprise in his voice. Seven, for his part, seemed unconcerned.
Yeah, I guess I didn't tell you, huh? I told the rest of them before we ran into you on the stairs. I told them I couldn't remember a damn thing from before I woke up. Didn't realize I hadn't told you.
Whoa, wait a minute. You're talking about amnesia, right?
Full amnesia? I don't believe you.
I guess so.
Well, why are you an amnesiac? What happened to you?
Junpei, if he knew, he wouldn't be an amnesiac.
If I knew that, I wouldn't really be one, would I?
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Junpei paused for a moment and stared at Seven.
Are you telling the truth?
Huh?
Just gonna call him out on it, all right.
Calm for somebody who doesn't remember anything. If you've really got amnesia, shouldn't you be, like, upset or confused or something?
Well, sure. I mean, I was pretty confused when I woke up down on D-Deck. But that was a while ago. I've had some time to get used to it. After a while, I figured it wasn't worth the trouble of worrying about it. After all, why worry about something I can't change? Well, people usually don't stay amnesiacs forever. I figure it'll work itself out eventually.
Interesting outlook.
That's it?
That's it. All right, that's enough talking for now. Let's get back to work.
Seven gave Junpei a look that the younger man wasn't sure how to interpret and turned to walk away.
Fine with something like that.
Somehow, though, Junpei didn't find his reassurances very reassuring. Okay. A, G, C. Can't combine them. Well, I want to take the thing you put the sheet music in. Hey, Junpei, where are you going? Didn't we come out of that door? No point to going back there. All that's out there are a locked, numbered door and a dead body, or what's left of it. Yeah. Keys are all messed up. Oh yeah, that's right. I got that score plate earlier. Music stand. Might as well put the music I found on it. I'll put the ceramic plate on the bottom, and the glass plates onto... Wait a minute. What's wrong? Well, I put them all on top of each other, but they look odd. It doesn't really look like a song. Then in all likelihood, we haven't found them all. We need to find more glass plates. It's one of those DS games that had an online demo made in Flash. Interesting. Okay, so I need at least one more. A bed. Yes, it's a bed. I already got the thing from under the pillow. Can't do that. I need the dialogue. Unfortunately, there's nothing inside. All right. Now we unplug it? The plug on the end of this chain. All right, why don't we just drain this water? Probably got the score in it. Yeah, good plan. All right, where's that thing? Good tug ought to be enough to get it out. Huh? Yep, there it is. Now let's try. Sweet. Now I can play the music. Junpei, would you be so kind as to play the piano? I am unable to, you see. I'm sure I needn't tell you, but the keys on this piano are not what you might expect them to be. C won't be C, D won't be D, and so forth. You must listen carefully to determine which keys to strike. I have to know the sounds? Do you understand? Yeah. Alright, let's give this a shot. Okay, that one. This. Let's find it. Huh. Ah, okay. Oh, damn it. There's a music box puzzle in one of the Toby Fox games that's like this, where you just have to know music. And we're done. Music is not my forte. Wait, what was that noise? Junpei, we did it! Looks like it worked. I heard something unlock over by the exit. Let's go. Good plan. Stand. Bow. Be seated. Well, I guess he hasn't forgotten that. At least Snake thinks it's funny. Yes, I suppose that was the classroom bell, wasn't it? I don't imagine that's what Zero was thinking of, however. No, Zero almost certainly meant to suggest Westminster, not middle school. Westminster? The palace in London that plays host these days to the Houses of Parliament. He He put a guide in later, but he thought people would just be able to tell by ear. Wow. You've heard of Big Ben, the famous clock tower, yes? Big Ben plays that very collection of notes on the hour. London, the capital of England, huh? At any rate, the door is now unlocked. Let's leave this place immediately. Alright, I will be right back, guys. All right, back. This is what happens when you're a music person? Yeah, I guess. Oh, what's that XKCD comic about people in a field vastly overestimating familiarity of people they think don't know anything about their field? And it's about excuse me, a couple geologists talking about how much regular people, how many different types of rock crystals regular people can identify. Sorry, I just need 1 second. All right, onwards. All right, let's go. You found it. He came out of the door and into a long, straight
Another hallway?
Lots of doors in this one. He paused for a moment and turned around to look behind him.
That should do it.
7 was bent over, apparently doing something to the door.
What's he up to?
Junpei had spoke more or less to himself, but apparently 7 had heard anyway. The larger man stood up and turned to Junpei.
I was just putting one of those plates in there. It ought to keep the door from locking again.
Oh,
Now
good
we can
idea.
Come back here anytime we want, right?
Ah, why would you want to come back here?
Snake was a reasonable one. 7 thought about it for a moment before
I might
he
like
answered.
to play a little piano.
Oh, sure. Sure. Playing it close to the
Piano?
chest.
Come on, let's get moving. We aren't out of this yet.
Oh, the chemical compositions, right. That was what it was. Without waiting for an answer, 7 started off down the hallway. Well, he's right that we should make sure the doors stay
Well
open.
then,
Snake shrugged, sighed, and quietly followed 7. That's a lie, Junpei thought to
Can't say I
himself.
could ever imagine 7 playing the piano. He couldn't use the piano in there anyway. The keyboard's a mess. But why would he want to leave the door unlocked then? I have no clue. Hey, wait for me!
Junpei frowned, took one last look at the door, and then walked away toward his companions. After some time in the hallway, they emerged into a larger, more open area.
Whoa, a metal grate?
Oh yeah, that's not intimidating or anything. Oh, elevators! A large metal grate, like the door of a jail, divided it in half.
This thing...
They shook it for a while, but as they had expected, it did not move.
Are those elevators over there?
No way to know if they're working or not from here.
Oh, there's a door just to the left of this grate.
Unfortunately, however, it was locked and refused to
sounds
open.
like it's locked.
Yep.
Junpei took a moment to
Stairs
examine the left
leading
side of
down.
the room.
They're blocked by the grate, though.
But this here seems accessible.
So we can open it?
Nah, I think it's
We
locked
need a
too.
key.
Look,
A female key. All right. In the center of the door was a small keyhole. Or no, that's the symbol for Venus. Next to the keyhole, a small symbol had been carved into
What's
the
this
metal.
mark? The female symbol.
He wasn't quite sure what to make of it. Snake, naturally, was somewhat more sure.
The Venus symbol, I imagine. Do you recall the similar symbols near the large central stairway? They reference many of the solar bodies.
Oh, that's right. The Sun, Saturn, and Earth.
So, as you can see, that one is likely.
Not the woman symbol, but a Venus symbol.
So I assume.
Hold on. Where's 7?
While they had been discussing the symbols, Junpei now realized 7 had slipped away. His absence now felt, Snake and
there he
Junpei
is,
turned to
down
look
that
for their
hallway.
missing companion. 7 had left them to head down the hallway, extending to the right of the
This
stairs.
way, Snake. Follow me.
Junpei grabbed Snake to lead him in the right direction, and they both headed off after 7. Before long, the three of them stood in front of a door.
I wonder if this door will...
How about that?
It was a French
It
door.
opens.
Junpei tested the door and realized that, unlike so many others that they'd encountered, it was unlocked. Almost as though he was afraid it would suddenly lock itself, Junpei threw the door open. He stepped inside.
Oh,
Card
wow.
tables and casino stuff. It took only a moment for Junpei to take in his new
Is
surroundings.
this some kind of casino?
They did have those on old cruise ships, and I guess current cruise ships. Duh.
Sure looks like one.
Before Junpei could comment further, a noise from behind made him turn around. Snake was shaking the door they'd just come through.
Well, this is troubling.
That is Taliesin Jaffe. As 7 and Junpei watched, he threw up his hands in frustration and then kicked the door for good measure.
Seems we are once again locked in.
There was no reason to panic,
Even if
however.
that door was open, it's not like we had anywhere to go that way.
So we must find another exit then.
All right, guys, let's split up and search this room. Come on, no dawdling. Let's go. Quickly now.
Spurred to action by 7's words, Junpei and Snake began to examine the room. Puzzle time! Alright. So we got 5 tables, we've got a bar, we've got 7 slot machines, and it's not craps. Seems a bit awkward for people to stand next to it and access the numbered locations. What is that? I guess I'll find out when I click on it. Ooh, playing card. Card 5. There's nothing on the table anymore. Square poker table. There's nothing on it. Another card? Oh, that's nearly invisible. How could you see that on the DS? Something on the counter. Looks like a card. Playing card. Card 7. And another card. A playing card. 4. That's a lot of expensive glasses. Even cheap drinks that taste great out of glasses like these. Well, will you look at that? Someone left a bottle of booze here. Don't mind if I do. No, stay sober. Ah. Oh, that hits the spot. Feels like my throat's burning. Damn, he really drank it. We don't even know how long it's been there. Well, alcohol apparently just gets better with age, so... Couch is pretty well polished. Okay, what's in this vase? I can't click on the vase. There's firewood in the fireplace. What are these symbols? Club, diamond, heart. Wait, when those two lights turned on, I heard something from the bottom of the fireplace. What was that? I heard something down there. Oh, something fell out. Coin bag, alright. Wait. It's Club Diamond Heart. Gotta remember that. I've got a coin bag. How many coins are in it? Look at all these coins. Perhaps these coins will allow us to convince the machines to move. Alright. Club Diamond Heart. Let's see what happens if I put one in. Alright, let's put a coin from that bag in here. What happened? I heard an odd noise. Well, to be honest, I don't know. I pressed some of the buttons and smacked the machine once or twice, but nothing happened. Oh. Looks like the coin got stuck. Oh, dear. That's not good. Junpei, perhaps you should be more careful in the future. You got the coin stuck in the machine on the left. Please don't make the same mistake again. That would be bad. I know that. It'll be fine. Jerk. I'll put this coin in this slot and that'll show him. Huh? That's weird. Do you intend to lock us in here? It's not my fault. The coin just got stuck all on its own. Huh. Oh boy. Hopefully the middle one works. Come on, you little bastards. I only need one of you. Aha! 777. Yes, 777. And I think I hear something unlocking in there. Impressive, Junpei. It would appear to be unlocked now. There is something akin to a drawer in the bottom part of this machine, yes? That is a pickup drawer for dividend. Probably the lock for the drawer got unlocked. Please open it if you would. Oh, this. A key with the umbrella logo on it. What is it? Is there something in there? Yeah, a playing card. And this, a key with the Venus symbol on it. Excellent, Junpei. Now we will be able to open the gate. Then we just need to figure out how to get out of this room. Correct. Come on, Junpei, hurry up. And he's off. There was a playing card and a Venus key. Better put the key in my pocket for later. That's for the card. I'll take it. I've got 2, 4, 5, and 7. So I need the... Seems the card is attached to the panel. And attached very well, it seems. If you don't mind, what sort of card is this? It's the Ace of Spades. It's a playing card. The Ace of Spades, in fact. So we need the 8 of Spades. Damn it. This isn't exactly working out the way I expected. It's locked, isn't it? Is there a keyhole? If there is, I can't find it. I see a keyhole right there. Well, there must be some way to unlock it. Let's look around a little more, shall we? It's the 3. Maybe I have to put the 3 and the 5 in? At the same time? What if I... Combine the 3 and the 5? No, okay. Wow, this place is like super amazing. What's this place for? Probably for playing Baccarat. It looks a little off though. Oh, I probably have to put cards in these 3 slots and it'll give me a card from here. Yeah, look at the middle of the table. There's something mounted on it, see? Suddenly, 7 began to speak.
Ah, Baccarat. You ever played Junpei?
No. Junpei shook his head. He'd barely even heard of the game.
Never.
Alright then, how about I explain the rules to you a bit?
Please.
See, Baccarat is kind of an unusual game. You've got the banker and the player. The whole point is that you guess which one's gonna win. And whether the banker or the player wins, it all depends on their hands. The way each hand works is different from other games too. See, you take the number from the ones place after you add up the value of all your cards.
Okay, number from the ones place after you add them up.
Whoever gets the number closest to 9 wins. If your number is smaller than your opponent's, you lose. And that's it. That's the explanation. Got it? Well, actually, there's a lot more to it. Strategy, details, that sort of stuff. But what I just told you sums up the core of the game pretty well. The single digit of the sum of all the cards you have.
Gotta make it as close to 9 as possible.
The strongest hand is a 9. And the weakest hand is a 0. You just ignore the number in the 10 spot. Do you get it?
Yeah.
He hadn't been asked for it, but 7's explanation, rushed though it had been, was
maybe
helpful.
half of it. Enough. I got a chance at winning the game if I played now.
However, we have no way of knowing if the puzzle in the Baccarat table makes use of those rules, and if it does, in what manner.
Then I guess we try everything.
Feeling more confident, if only slightly, Junpei approached the Baccarat table. Aha! It is the 8 card! Alright. We've got 2, 7, 5, 4, 3. 4 plus 3 is 7, and 2 plus 2 is 9. Okay. How do I use it again? A 7. Are we really supposed to play Baccarat? It's a Baccarat table. What the hell else would we do? Stop worrying about it. It's a real simple. What's the opponent's hand? Well, there's an 8 in that glass case. Alright, then that's your opponent's number. If that's the case, what 3 cards do we need to get that number? 3 cards? There are a couple of indentations with white lines around them, right? Those mean we gotta put down 3 cards. So, place 3 cards here and defeat the opponent's 8. That's what I've gotta do, I guess. Yeah, I think so. Something tells me those aren't the only rules. Alright, let's give it a shot. Before I start, I'd better make sure I've got the rules straight. There's 3 empty indentations. Just gonna pick a card and play it. Put them in the right spot so that doesn't happen. Alright, let's give this a try. Alright, if I just put down these 3 cards. Yes, open for me. Great. You did it, Junpei. You think it's telling us to take the 8 card? Come on, let's grab it. Alright, let's take this card. 8 card. Card slot. Looks like we need to put a playing card in here. Alright, let's give it a shot. And in you go. Hey! Alright, it opened up. Oh, I've got to add up to 9. Do I go get the cards back from the Baccarat table? It seems we have another device to contend with, yes? There are 3 slots in this one. Junpei, were you going to try and take those cards back? It ain't going to work. Just give it up. Those cards are stuck in there pretty damn good. They aren't going anywhere. I figure when we disabled the lock, it locked those cards in. Huh. Guess we won't be using those cards for any more puzzles then. I mean, I could go re-enable the lock and take these cards back. Check out that stained glass. How beautiful. What? Huh? Stained glass is colored pieces of glass placed together in a frame. As I've said many times before, I need only touch it to know. I can at least discern the basic structure. Yeah, sure you can. Alright. Pull this card out. Of course not. The thing next to it will close if you do. I want to take it anyway. Okay, so I can't get those 3 cards back. Let's see. 3 slots for cards, and there's a 9 right below them. So that probably means we gotta make 9 with the 3 cards we put in the slots, right? Just like what we did over at the Baccarat table. Alright, let's give it a shot. I have 2 cards. Don't you think maybe we don't have enough cards? Yeah, probably. That means there's gotta be some more lying around somewhere. Alright. Let's check everything. Play under this is 2. Alright. Alright. The music in this game is rad. Huh, a light. Wait, the snake just tense up? Hey, what's up? No, never mind. No one needs to worry. Interesting. Four chairs surrounding the square table. Alright. Some chairs. They seem perfectly normal. And cherry. Perfectly normal and cherry. Drawers, they are not. How do I turn around to look at this? I guess I can't. Oh, a card. Didn't think I'd find a card here. Card 6. 6 plus 7 is 13. Plus 5 is 18. And the digital root of 18 is 9. Alright. Alright, so I put all the cards we had left into the slots. What happens now? Is that... Yes, I did hear something from the exit. Excellent work, Junpei. Wonderful. It seems the exit is unlocked. Let's go. Alright, let's go. You found it! Junpei and his companions ran out of the casino and into a large open room. A room, in fact, that they had been in once before. How's that work? The spatial stuff about that doesn't really work. There was little to surprise them there. They already knew what their next step had to be. The iron gate still stood in place, locked tight, blocking the stairway. And right in the center of it...
The keyhole with the Venus symbol. The Venus key should work here.
Wasting no time, he pulled it out and shoved it into the keyhole, erotically. He turned it. With the distinctive sound of metal on metal, he felt the lock click open.
It did. All right, let's get this thing open.
No problem. Let me help with this one.
Junpei grabbed the handle on the left side, and Seven took the handle on the right. On Junpei's signal, they both pushed, and the gate cracked open.
It sounds as though you have opened it. We should be able to reach C deck now, I imagine.
Snake, are you gonna be all right? I mean, the stairs.
Please, do not do yourself the embarrassment of underestimating me. I would be unlikely to trip even if I were running backwards.
Good to hear. Let's move.
At Seven's words, they leapt onto the stairs and jogged quickly down them. In no time at all, they found themselves on C deck.
Everything looks okay here.
We should check the next deck down, just in case.
When he reached the water, he called back up to Snake and Seven.
Just what I thought. D-deck is completely underwater.
Just like the bottom of the central staircase.
The surface of the water below them was flat.
I'm just
like
glad the water level hasn't changed much.
Back to the C deck then.
Now, how about we check out what's here?
They began searching around and taking stock of what was on C deck.
There are 2 elevators over there, which means it's probably the same upstairs.
And we can use those to get to that room behind the jail bars.
There's a card reader between them.
That's Mars, right? Or Mercury? No, it's not Mars. I think that's Mercury? Or Jupiter.
And another weird mark.
Hey, check it out. It's the symbol for Lotus.
What?
See? It's got the woman symbol, and then it's got the devil horns, right?
Alright, cute.
Yeah, I see it. No two ways about it. That was a pretty good one, kid.
Seven tousled Junpei's hair in what he likely thought to be a friendly manner. Junpei feared his neck might break, even though it was clear Seven had kept his strength in check.
Whoa, would you watch it, man? Whoa, that hurts. You're gonna break my neck.
What are you talking about? The human body ain't that weak. Maybe this'll toughen you up, huh?
If we were looking for a devil, we've got one right here.
Thankfully, Snake interrupted. After Junpei's observation, he'd gone over to examine the card
This
reader.
is a Mercury symbol.
Ah, it was
The marks
Mercury.
you mistook for horns are a stylized version of the wings and staff of Hermes.
Wings and a staff. Huh. So then, she beats you with the staff until you die and go to heaven. Sounds like Lotus, all right.
We barely know her. Why are we shitting on her so bad? Seven shook Junpei's head even more vigorously, and the younger man began to feel as though his brain was being jostled about inside of his
Seven!
skull.
Oh, that's too much! Oh, my head!
Junpei's stomach began churning
Oh, I think
uncomfortably.
I'm gonna puke.
Unless we can activate this device, I doubt the elevator will function.
In other words, we gotta find a key card with a Mercury symbol on it.
So I would assume.
Let's forget the elevators for right now. How about that hallway to the left?
Whoa, there's a bunch of doors.
I guess we try them all. There were a great many doors lining both sides of the hallway. They seemed to stretch on forever, and all 3 men suddenly felt very small.
Ah, shit. We're not gonna have enough time to check all these, are we?
I thought I was locking myself into 1 room's worth of puzzle with these characters. I didn't realize I was locking myself into a huge sequence before I got to see the others anymore.
Maybe we can come back here later. We should check out the other side. Let's head back.
We could just try each door and make sure they're open. To the right of the stairs, another hallway stretched out, reaching deep into the bowels
To the right
of the
this
ship.
time.
After a few moments of moving briskly down the hallway, 4 doors is much more manageable, and an extra hallway. They emerged into an area roughly the same size and shape as the one at the top of the stairs. On the left side of the room were 4 French
There
doors.
are doors here too. Well, I guess it's just 4 this time.
Let's open them up, starting with the closest one there.
Okay, I'm on it.
Junpei nodded and grabbed the one closest to him. He gave it a small tug and felt it move.
It isn't locked. I'm going to open it.
Thrilled to have found another unlocked door, he threw it open. And a skeleton jumped out at him. Junpei didn't know what to make of what he saw.
What?
Oh, numbered doors. Here we go. In a med bay. Three numbered doors. 3, 7, and 8. He simply stood, unable to speak. Okay, for 3 we need 12 or 21. For 7, we've got options. No, we don't. We need 16 or 25. 8 plus 7 is 15, plus 6 is 21, plus 4 is 25. So we could send 4 people into that one. For 8, we'd need 17. And I guess 26 is doable with all the high numbers. Seven's eyes opened wide and his mouth gaped. After a few long moments, Seven at last managed to speak.
What is this place?
Looks like a nursing station.
It's
med bay.
so huge and empty.
A massive room stretched out in front of them, more a cavern than a room. Its vastness was oppressive, and it bore down on Seven and Junpei. It was not empty, however. The entire room was filled with lines upon lines of beds. They were simple things, little more than pipe and thin mattresses.
Oh, there are beds everywhere.
Is this a hospital? The harsh scent in the air is reminiscent of antiseptic solution.
I think so. There are shelves in the center of the room with medicine and surgical tools.
Hey, look there. The 4 doors at the end.
Oh, one of them is probably open without the red by it. 3 of them were emblazoned with large single-digit numbers made with thick red paint.
The left door says 3. The second door is blank, but the third has a 7. And the rightmost door is 8. There's no doubt. They're numbered doors.
Hey, why is that door between 3 and 7 blank?
Probably because we can walk
Does that
through
mean
it.
anything?
No point worrying about it right now. Let's see if these will open first.
Yeah, good idea.
The 3 of them threaded their way through the beds toward the back of the room. Upon reaching them, they proceed to investigate each door in turn, but to no avail. Oh, the unnumbered one is locked too? Alright.
Yep, locked. Just like I thought.
Naturally. After all, there are rules to the nonary game, and to allow these doors to open easily would violate those rules. Unless we can authenticate ourselves with the red, the numbered doors will...
Whoa, check this out.
Suddenly, Seven spoke up, interrupting
Look at the red.
Snake.
There's nothing on it.
Huh?
Don't you remember the red back at the main staircase? If there wasn't anyone in it, it said vacant on the little screen, remember?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
But this one...
There's nothing.
We gotta turn them on first.
You think it's broken?
Only one way to find out.
No, nothing.
Junpei and the others put their hands on the panel, but nothing happened. The red refused to change. They tried pulling the lever, and still nothing. As they soon discovered, it wasn't only the red on door 8 that seemed to be malfunctioning.
How about the red on door 7? And door 3?
I didn't think all of them would be malfunctioning.
What does it mean?
Means we gotta find a way to turn them on.
They've gotta be broken. Man, that bastard. I didn't think Zero was the kind of guy who'd screw around with something like this.
Whoa. Zero's been prepared for everything so far, and you're saying he's gonna make a mistake now?
Well, that's the only thing I can think of. This thing ain't working at all.
While Junpei and Seven talked, Snake busied himself with examining the red. After a time, he lowered his hands and spoke.
It seems as if some of the internal hardware has been removed.
We've got to repair them?
Hardware?
That is what I said. Take a look at the underside of this red, if you please.
The bottom?
That's what an underside is, Junpei. Junpei obliged and bent over to look at the underside of the device. Then Seven kicked him in the ass for a prank.
Huh, there's a thin slot here. I think it's a slot for something. Probably electronic.
Gotta find
The
batteries.
two reds are the same. Something's been removed from all 3 of them.
So we're gonna have to make choices. When we get the whole crew back together, we're gonna have to choose 2 of these doors to open, I think. Huh. Interesting.
I get it. So the reds aren't working because somebody pulled out their guts.
So I assume.
But why? And who? I mean, it really doesn't make sense.
I have no idea. Why on earth would I know something like that?
I mean, you've been pretty, pretty self-important about what you do and do not know so far. Just then, they heard the sound of a door opening. Everyone's back
what
together.
now?
The 3 of them turned and saw Akane. Oh no, Junpei thought. It's
June!
She stopped short, surprised to see them, and was very nearly bowled over by the rest of her companions, who were coming through the door behind her.
Ace! Santa! Clover! And Lotus!
Guess everyone's here.
Junpei and Seven were, for the moment, at a loss for
What
words.
are you guys doing?
Why are you...
That's my line?
Perhaps we should exchange information.
After a moment of silence and surprise, everyone suddenly began to talk, desperate to exchange information. They talked about the rooms they'd been through and how they'd ended up in the same place. Of course, none of it was very useful information, but that hardly mattered. They were happy to simply see one another again. Although the level of cheer varied greatly from person to person, each one of them was wearing some manner of smile. Almost as though they had already forgotten about the death of the 9th man. No, thought Junpei. Perhaps that wasn't it. Perhaps thoughts of his death were what drove them to smile at one another. Not in a morbid or hateful way, no. The 9th man had died, but they were still alive, and that was something to be happy about. A sort of simple, uncomplicated joy, Junpei thought. The joy of being alive. Still alive. September 28th, 1998. He felt sorry for the 9th man, but more than anything, Junpei was just happy to be alive.
And that's what we know.
With that, Junpei finished his own explanation.
Well, this isn't good. If the red is inactive, we can't keep going.
What about that big hallway? Maybe there's somewhere in there we might be able to go.
No, there's nothing there. The 5 of us had a quick look. There are plenty more hospital rooms, but nothing else.
You mean all those doors are for hospital rooms?
That's pretty weird.
Yes. There are a number of individual rooms in addition to this large one.
There was a door at the end of the hallway, but it was locked.
It had one of those solar system mark things on it.
It was the Jupiter symbol.
Jupiter.
I wonder what it means.
I mean, it means we gotta find a key. Confusion seemed to be
While
the
we're
consensus.
asking what things mean, what's the deal with this room?
I mean, I thought this was a cruise
What's
ship.
the deal
but I
with
can't
this
imagine a
room?
cruise ship would have a hospital like this.
No one, not even Snake, appeared ready to offer an answer until Seven unexpectedly spoke up.
Well, I figure it's probably a hospital ship. Chances are it's the Gigantic.
Oh, what do you know?
Gigantic?
Junpei looked at Seven, shocked both by his knowledge and the apparent identity of their prison. He was not the only one.
What is this gigantic?
What's the deal with cruise line food? Yeah. Seven nodded to Lotus and began to
The
speak.
Gigantic. She was a sister ship to the Titanic, built in the early 20th century. Actually, the Titanic had two sister ships, and they looked exactly the same. The Gigantic was said to be one of them. They intended to make her a passenger liner like the Titanic, but World War I began soon after the ship launched. The British Navy took her over and made her a hospital ship. At some point during the war, the Gigantic was damaged by a German mine in the Aegean Sea. She ran aground afterwards, so she didn't end up sunk. What happened to her after that? One theory going around is that a man named Lord Gourdane bought her. Seemed like he'd been one of the few to survive the Titanic sinking. That trauma turned him into some kind of obsessive collector of all things related to the Titanic.
I wonder if that's a real person.
The guy wanted the Titanic itself. Which was impossible, of course. It's stuck at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. But the Gigantic wasn't. And seeing as she was identical...
So you're saying this Lord Bourdain bought this ship?
Yeah, at least I think I am.
That's impossible. No way we're in some boat that's almost 100 years old.
Have you looked around, Santa? Seriously, the boat looks like it's 100 years old.
Pipe down, just pay attention. What, that's it? Well, have you got any proof?
Proof?
Proof that this ship is really the Gigantic.
Well, this ship's got stuff that's like the Titanic and a hospital ship. So, I just figured...
Oh, for goodness. Don't tell me that's your only reason.
No, I've got more.
Like?
Well, I mean...
Seven looked around desperately, doing anything to avoid meeting Lotus's piercing stare. He scratched his head for a moment, then gave up. Finally, he opened his mouth. Lotus sighed and shook her head.
I guess your memory isn't back yet, is it?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Then, almost as if to save Seven from further embarrassment... Oh, we got 6 hours left. A bell began to ring from far away.
A bell?
It sounds like the clock in the main stairway.
Junpei counted each chime carefully.
10, 11, 12. Huh, 12.
Oh. Yeah, we've got 6 hours left.
It's midnight.
Then we've still got 6 hours left, right?
Let's get going. We gotta find the missing parts for the Reds.
What do you mean, find? How on earth do you propose we do that?
Ah, we could look around, Lotus.
We've looked everywhere in this room.
They had been examining the room as they
we
talked.
haven't found anything.
Right.
That only leaves one place to look.
One?
Well, not just one.
Uh-huh.
Wait. Don't tell me you mean we need to search all of the other rooms.
I mean, we might as well. Why are you such a pain in the ass, Lotus?
Well, you already checked some of them out before you came here, right?
We each checked a single room, so 5 rooms in total.
All right, then. That's 5 rooms we don't have to search. We just have to split up the rest between the 8 of us. If each of us can do 6 rooms apiece, we'll have the other 48 rooms cleared in no time.
Jesus.
There are 48 other rooms?
Lotus did not seem excited by the prospect. 7 fidgeted nervously before responding.
Maybe?
After some discussion, the 8 of them decided which rooms to begin with and in what order they would go. Junpei was chosen to search the rooms on the starboard side, moving from fore to aft. How do we know which one's fore and which one's aft? Well, I guess we have the map now.
All right, so everyone knows which area they're searching?
Yeah.
Yes!
They also determined when they would return to report their findings, the next time the clock sounded the time. We're wasting a whole hour? All right. When it did, they would meet back in the large central room
We'll
full
all
of
meet
beds.
up when the clock goes off again. How about in that room with all the beds?
Yeah, sounds straightforward enough.
If, during their search, any one of them were to locate the missing components, they were to yell for
I'll
the
shout
others.
if I find any of the components we need.
I hope we can find them within the time limit.
Wait, why are we assigning Snake to search something? He's blind. If this strategy failed, they'd return to discuss their
If we
options
can't,
later.
then we'll just have to come up with another plan.
Right.
Then let's do this.
The details decided, they left to begin searching. Out into the hallway they went, each to the rooms they'd been assigned. However, nothing, huh? From far away, Junpei heard the bell ring. 5 hours. It did so only once. It was 1
It's
a.m.
1. I better get back to the others.
I wonder if somebody's dead. He jogged through the entrance of the large hospital room to find 6 of the others already there. Ace, Santa, Clover, June, 7, and Lotus. They had gathered in front of door number 8. Or perhaps, to be accurate, they had gathered in front of the red next to door number 8.
What are they doing over there?
Had one of them found the missing piece?
What happened, guys?
It was June who answered him.
Jumpy, look!
She was pointing at the red. He pushed through the others until he stood in front of it. Oh. Immediately, he knew what she had meant. It doesn't have any parts added to the bottom.
Vacant?
Junpei sighed.
Come on, guys. Who was it? I thought we were supposed to yell if we found it.
Well,
Junpei wondered why she was hesitating. The others looked as confused as June, but kept
What
their
the
mouths
hell?
shut.
What is up with you guys?
They all knew something he didn't, and Junpei wasn't about to leave things that way. Finally, Lotus frowned and spoke.
Well, that's the thing. We don't know.
You don't know.
When I got back, it was already like this. There was no one else here. That means I was the first one back, but the missing parts were already back in the red.
Well, Snake's
What?
missing, so...
Let me see.
Junpei looked at the bottom of the red again, just to make sure. The slot that had been open on the bottom was now covered with metal.
You're right. It's in there. What about the other 2?
They're the same.
Let me take a look.
Junpei quickly examined the other 2 boxes.
It's just as you said.
Satisfied that they were also repaired, but still very confused, he returned to the others.
All right, I just want to be sure here. Nobody has any idea what the hell happened here, right?
Correct.
none.
Ace and June nodded silently. 7 raised his hands as if to say, "Not me," and Santa just shrugged. Yeah, where's Snake? Only Clover lowered her head and did nothing.
Wait a minute.
That was when he noticed.
Where's Snake?
Junpei swept his eyes across the room a second time, but Snake was nowhere to be seen.
Does that mean that he found them?
I've no idea. There's nothing to suggest it, but nothing to suggest he didn't either.
Well, he couldn't have gone through these doors by
I
himself.
don't suppose we'll know until we can ask him in person.
But whatever he did or didn't do, he's pretty damn late. What the hell is he up to?
Maybe he's lost.
Yeah, well, that seems likely. Dude can't see. I don't know how he gets around in the first place.
Clover raised her head.
No! That's impossible!
Suddenly, she was
My
shouting.
brother's blind, but he's got really great hearing. He can get around as well as anyone who can see. So he couldn't get lost. That's impossible!
Clover had started to shake, and the knuckles of her hands had gone white. She found his dead body, didn't she? She spun around, but before she did, Junpei noticed tears welling up in her eyes.
I'm gonna go look for him!
The words were barely out of her mouth when she began to run.
Hold on, Clover. Wait!
Junpei cried out to her, but he was too slow. She kept going, and before anyone else could react, she was gone.
Well, that didn't work. Damn it. What should we do now?
Well, the red is working now.
We're just gonna leave them behind? Oh, that's just like
No!
you.
We're not leaving two people behind! We should go look for them!
Oh man, this ain't good.
Oh, yes, what an excellent idea. We just wasted a bunch of time looking for some piece of electronic junk. Now let's waste some more by looking for a couple of idiots.
Well, we can't leave them behind. Even if you ignore that we shouldn't leave people behind, we need their numbers.
Then remain here if you feel you must, but there's no time. We've only 5 hours left.
Junpei and the others nodded to one another and took off at a run. In front of the stairs that led to B deck, they decided to split up.
All right, I'll take this direction.
Then I shall look that way.
I'll be over here.
See you all later.
Soon only two of them were left. Those two were Junpei and June, who had been a few steps behind the others.
We should go too.
Yes, let's go! But where should we start?
Let's see.
Okay. Well, Snake reacted to the lights in the casino, so it might be there. But the first class cabin is also likely. Let's go to the casino.
How about the casino on B deck?
Okay, let's go, Jumpy.
Stop calling me that. They took off up the stairs at a run. Before they knew it, they were there. So was Lotus. She was leaning against a wall, examining her nails. Yeah, real helpful, asshole.
What do you think you're doing?
She glanced up at him, unimpressed.
Isn't it obvious? I'm looking for Snake.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
sure
just
you
not
are.
seeing it.
Really? Maybe you need to look harder.
I don't think that's the problem.
Oh, by the way, I've got a proposal for you two. Care to hear it?
You're going to say we should leave everybody else behind, aren't you? I mean, we can listen to what she has to say. Refuse and leave. Alright, I'm going to ask. Does this use up a time slot? Or can I talk to everybody? Because if it uses up a time slot, I'm not going to just go with the first one I see. Just talk to people, okay. It's fine. Alright, cool.
What is it?
Well, I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll get right to it. Why don't we team up?
Team up?
Yeah. What? You need me to explain it to you? I'm saying, why don't we go through a numbered door?
Even if we wanted to, that's impossible.
6, 5. 6 plus 5 plus 8 is 19. 1 and 9 is 0. No, 1 and 9 is 10, which is 1. So the digital root of our three numbers is 1, which is none of those doors.
Why?
Jumpy's bracelet number is 5, mine is 6, and yours is 8. Our digital root would be 1.
Yes, I know how to math, game. I'm faster at it than you are.
But there's no number 1 door in the large hospital room. The only doors there are 3, 7, and 8.
Then we add another person.
Huh?
Who?
What, isn't that easy? 7.
Oh, if we add 7, 5 plus 6 plus 8 plus 7 equals 26. The digital root of 26, 2 plus 6 equals 8.
I can only imagine Junpei having to do this out on his fingers. Then the 4 of them could go through the number 8 door.
Wait a minute.
But
What about the other 4? Ace, Snake, Santa, and Clover.
so 1 plus 2 is 3, plus 3 is 6, plus Clover is 10. Digital root of that is 1, so they wouldn't be able to go anywhere.
Well, why don't you add them up?
That was simple enough.
3 plus 4 equals 10. And 1 plus 0 equals 1. The digital root for those 4 would be 1.
Plus 3 plus 4 is 8, so they could also go through the 8 door.
That's right.
And you know the number 1 door isn't in the big hospital room, right?
Of course I know that.
No! Are you saying you'd leave them behind?
Of course not. What kind of woman do you think I am?
What kind of woman do you think you've been coming off as?
Once we get off the ship, we could come back and rescue them, couldn't we?
Yeah, like
Then we
you
wouldn't
would.
really be leaving them behind.
Don't try to lie to us. I don't think you do anything of the sort.
Yeah,
Okay.
seriously.
Why do you think that?
Because we've been listening to you talk for hours?
Remember, don't you? We have less than 5 hours left. Even if we manage to escape, there's no way we could come back to rescue them in less than 5 hours.
Well, you never know until you try.
No, you're not thinking this through. Even if we brought 7 with us, we wouldn't be able to get off the ship. The 4 of us couldn't open door 9.
That's true.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
Yeah, that's right.
Wait, does the 3 to 5 person rule count for the 9 door as well, or can we all leave? Wait, 1 through 8. 8 plus 7 is 15, plus 6 is 21, plus 5 is 26, plus 4 is 30, plus 3 is 36. So if we had all 8 of us, we could go through a 9 door.
The digital root for the 4 of us would be 8, so we'd have to add Ace to make 9.
That's right. Unless we bring Ace too, we'll be stuck.
Lotus scratched the back of her ear.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Unfortunate. That's all you have to say?
She didn't sound particularly bothered by what Junpei said. Nor did she seem particularly surprised.
Well, let's try and find another way, okay? A way to get out of here with all 8 of us.
That's impossible. Are you being serious? And you do know that only 5 people, at most, can go through one of the numbered doors, right? The number 9 isn't going to be an exception to that rule. Regardless, at least 3 people will get left behind.
Huh?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
The moment he said it, Junpei felt a chill run down his spine.
Wait just a second. You're skipping over a really big detail.
Yes, what she said was true, but How Lotus could remain cavalier about so terrifying a prospect was beyond
Is that
him.
really okay?
It sure isn't, but
That means 3 people will die in the end. Are you okay with that? That's just...
well, we can leave Lotus behind. Lotus's
I
forehead
think I
furrowed.
can have a moment alone. There's some things I need to think about.
Junpei and June turned and began walking away from
It
Lotus.
didn't turn out to be a very pleasant conversation.
It sure
Yeah.
didn't. Junpei's heart felt heavy and his steps sluggish. But he told himself pessimism would get them nowhere.
Regardless,
So he forced himself to smile and turned
let's
to
just
June.
focus on finding Snake for now, okay?
Yes, you're right. We can think about those other things later.
Yeah.
Junpei
All
nodded.
right. Where should we go next?
I guess first class
Let's
cabin.
Take a look at the first class cabin. It's really close.
They turned around and took off down the hallway to their left. Outside of the first class cabin, they found Clover. She was standing in front of the wall. She was staring at a meaningless point on the wall, her eyes blank. What should Junpei do?
Are you
Talk to
alright?
her. He did his best to sound friendly, but Clover didn't respond.
Look, I know you're really worried, but
He could think of no words to say that didn't sound hollow and fake. Junpei hesitated. Clover was so consumed by worry and fear that Junpei feared it would crush her. Her actions didn't surprise him. She had suddenly lost her brother, who she seemed to have been very close to.
Mom.
Her voice was thin and barely audible. She's saying she's alone.
Leave me alone!
Oh, never mind. That's what she's saying. Suddenly, she was screaming.
So annoying! Just go away and leave me alone! Just looking at you guys is pissing me off!
Hey, save it for
Go
Lotus.
away, okay? Just go somewhere else! Stop bothering me!
Junpei was taken aback. Such anger and hate. June's eyes had gone wide with surprise
Why
as well.
are you still here? Didn't you hear me?
Huh?
Fine, forget it. If you aren't gonna leave, then I'll just...
all right. Let's go, June.
Yeah.
They turned and left Clover. As they did, Junpei glanced back over his shoulder to see Clover wiping tears from her face. Clover had driven home the misery of their situation, but Junpei told himself that getting depressed would get him nowhere but depressed.
We really need to find Snake, for Clover's sake.
He did his best to push away the misery and depression and forced a
So,
smile.
where do you think we should go next?
The hallway with all the rooms.
Why don't we go back to C deck? We can take a look at that hallway with all the rooms.
Okay, let's get going then.
Together, they ran down the stairs.
Oh, it's Ace.
Finally, I get to talk to this guy. All right. Ahead of them, farther down the hallway, they
Hey,
spotted
Snake!
Ace.
Where are you? Answer me if you're there.
What should Junpei do?
Let's
Run
go.
to Ace. With June in tow, Junpei jogged up to Ace. Hearing their footsteps, he turned to greet them.
Hello there. Snake is... well, that's obvious, isn't it? I assume you haven't found him yet?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like you're having any luck either.
I really wonder where he could have gone.
Well, wherever he's disappeared to, we must find him as quickly as we can. For Clover's sake.
Also for Snake's sake.
Right.
June's face looked kinda enraptured. Oh, she have a
By the
crush
way,
on Ace?
Do you think Clover and Snake are really siblings?
Why would you say that?
Why would you say that? The question seemed somehow odd
Why?
to Junpei.
Well, it's obvious, isn't it? They don't look alike at all.
Ace looked at him for a moment and then spoke.
You know, now that you mention it, they don't.
Now that
Still,
you mention it,
there are a great many siblings who do not look like one another. It certainly isn't rare.
Junpei wasn't sure why, or even if he was seeing what he thought he was. But he could have sworn that Ace's face tightened as he spoke.
At any rate, we really must find Snake as soon as possible. The clock is ticking. We really can't afford to waste any time. Very well. Let's get back to the search, shall we? You can leave this area to me.
All right. Let's go, Jumpy.
At June's urging, they left. That's what I was saying earlier. I don't think they're siblings. I think they're lovers, pretending to be siblings for some reason. Or, even worse, sibling lovers, but that would be horrible. They found themselves back at the stairs, but Junpei's mind was in turmoil.
About that was... I'll think on it later. Like Ace said, finding Snake is our top priority.
Junpei did his best to clear
All right.
his mind.
Where should we go next? Why don't we go back to the big hospital room?
Okay, let's go then.
They turned and headed back toward the large hospital room.
Hey, wait. That's...
On their way to the large hospital room, Junpei and June noticed Santa standing next to the number 3 door.
Santa?
Junpei paused. Well, you can't get through that door without dying, Santa. Not by yourself. What should Junpei do? Talk to him. Junpei and June walked up to Santa.
What are you doing?
What? You can't tell? I'm checking out the red.
Why? Is there something bothering you?
What? It's not bothering you?
Huh?
The guts of this red. Why wouldn't you wonder who the hell put it back in here?
Yeah, that's true. Well, I'm curious too, but...
Who do you think did it?
Santa's eyes narrowed as he looked at June. I'm kind of with you on this one, Santa. I think June is super suspicious. She shook her head.
Well, what about you, Junpei? Who do you think fixed this thing for us?
I get to accuse people. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna suggest Snake. It definitely wasn't Lotus. And I doubt, unless Zero is one of us, which that may be June, I doubt Zero would get that directly involved and be on the ship. But Zero might be one of us, and if Zero is one of us, my thought is that June is Zero. Especially because of that throwaway line at the beginning saying that Junpei wasn't sure if it was a man or a woman. I'm going to say Snake. I'm going to say Zero.
I think it was probably Zero.
Why?
Isn't that obvious? He's the guy who set this whole thing up.
You don't think that should mean the opposite? Seems to me like that means he didn't do it. I mean, who do you think took that stuff out in the first place?
Probably Zero.
Yeah,
fair.
Exactly. Then why the hell would he put him back in after he'd taken them out himself?
Probably to make sure we all got together, but,
It
you know,
just doesn't
whatever.
make sense. Why do all that work?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
So, what happened then? Who put that stuff back in the Reds?
Junpei furrowed his
in
brow.
other words, one of us is the person who fixed the red.
Bingo!
Santa grinned.
We have a winner.
But if that's true, then the person who did it doesn't want the rest of us to know that they fixed it.
Yeah,
But why?
no idea. Maybe if they come clean on that, it means we'd find out something else. Something bad.
Something bad?
Like that Snake
Dunno.
isn't blind?
But whatever it is, it's gotta be worth hiding. course, it could have something to do with Snake's disappearance.
You think maybe they did something to Snake?
Yeah.
Junpei stared at Santa. There was something about him that made Junpei wary. At first, he'd assumed the other man wasn't terribly clever, but Junpei was beginning to think he would need to reevaluate that assessment. When Santa spoke again, his voice was quiet.
If you trust anybody in this game, you're gonna lose. You've gotta be careful. The person you trust the most could turn out to be the one who stabs you in the back.
Yeah, Akane. With that depressing suggestion, he turned and quietly walked away.
That's that, I guess.
Junpei and June looked at one another and smiled awkwardly. Where would they go next?
Let's go
back
take
to
a
the
look
casino,
around the
or
casino.
just going to talk to Lotus again?
Okay.
They quickened their pace and headed for B deck.
There's no one here. Let's try somewhere else.
Okay, so we're done.
Hey, why don't we go back to the big hall?
Sure, let's go.
I don't think anyone is here.
They looked everywhere they could think of, but Snake was nowhere to be found.
Snake hasn't been anywhere we've searched.
Wait, shit, did I go to the first class cabin? I didn't talk to 7. God damn it. Lotus looked around at 6 frustrated faces
And we can't
and spoke.
keep looking for him. Wherever he is, it's not here. We need to get moving.
Junpei couldn't disagree with what she was saying. Snake seemed to have completely disappeared. There was no point to wasting any more time. The others seemed to be having similar thoughts, but they stayed silent. Finally, 7 spoke.
We don't got a choice. Lotus is right. We're not gonna find Snake. There's a problem, though. We've got to figure out who's gonna go through which door.
Yes, I have a proposal.
She walked back and forth across the floor, her heels clicking against the wood. Finally, she stopped.
Why don't we decide on one person to sacrifice?
What? No.
Sacrifice?
Well, perhaps that's a bit of a harsh word, but yes.
All right, are you
You've all
volunteering?
figured it out by now, haven't you? We can't all make it through those doors. If we split into 2 teams of 4 and 3 people respectively, then 3 people will be left behind.
Yeah, let's leave you behind, asshole.
2 teams of 5 and 2 people respectively, then 2 people will be left behind. But if we split into 2 groups of 3 and leave 1 person out, then only 1 person will be left behind.
Leaving behind 3 people with 2 teams of 4 and 3. Wow, you're making me choose? She's right. Let's leave Lotus behind. All right, let's do some math. All right, we got 8, 7, and 3. Shit, that's a lot of variables to keep track of in my head. And I was bragging about my math skills earlier. Oh no. I'm gonna say not sure. Junpei wasn't quite sure that was true.
2 people get left behind if we split into 5 and 2. And 1 person is left behind if we split into 3, 3, and 1. I got that part. You can't go through the numbered doors with any less than 3 people. But if we split into 4 and 3, then why do 3 people have to be left behind?
She's trying to weed out people so that only the number who can go through the final door go through the final door.
Just run the numbers. Let's say we go through door 7 with 1, 4, 5, 6. Who's left over?
That would be 3, 7, 8.
18, so that would be 9.
What's
that
the
wouldn't
digital
work.
root for that?
3 plus 7 plus 8 is 18, so add 1, 8, 9.
Doing it on your fingers.
Exactly. But door 9 isn't here, right?
We also need to keep track of who we keep with us, because we've got to keep at least people who can add up
That
to
means
9.
3, 7, 8 won't be going anywhere. That was just an example, of course. There are a lot of different combinations, but the result will always be the same. It doesn't matter which 4 it is. The 3 that are left over can't go through any of the doors. Go ahead and calculate it if you have the time. You'll see. Anyway, that's how it is. Now, if we can get back to my proposal. We only have to sacrifice one person if we split into 3, 3, and 1.
I vote you. I nominate you, Lotus. When Seven spoke, his voice was strained.
Then you're saying we gotta decide who's gonna stay behind.
Yes, we do. Given our circumstances, it's logically and morally the best solution. If the other 6 are to survive, then one person has to sacrifice themselves.
No, that's too cruel.
What's so cruel about it?
To just sacrifice someone like that?
Then what's your plan? Maybe we should sacrifice 2 people instead of just 1.
That's not what I meant. We shouldn't sacrifice anyone.
I told you, that's impossible. Wake up.
Whoa, whoa. Calm down, you two.
Santa steps between Lotus and June.
What Lotus is trying to say is, you should aim to bring the greatest amount of happiness to the greatest amount of people, right?
Exactly. That's how democracy works. And for that reason, I think the only fair way to decide who will be sacrificed is through a vote. What do you think?
No, that's terrible.
I'm not asking you. Shut up. What about you, Santa?
Me? Well, I agree, I guess.
All right, that's 1 vote for. Counting mine, that's 2. 7.
I can't say I agree with you, but we don't exactly have a choice. If we don't do something, we're all gonna die.
Glad to see you get it. If I can get 1 more vote, then it's decided. What about you, Clover?
Clover had moved away from the group and was sitting on one of the beds. Her whole body drooped. Junpei didn't know if she'd even heard Lotus's proposal.
Clover.
Lotus walked over to Clover and gently laid a hand on her shoulder. Don't pretend to be nice, Lotus.
Clover has to be behind one of the numbered doors.
Well, how do you
Searched
figure
everywhere,
that?
but didn't find him. Doesn't that mean he has to have gone through one of them somehow?
Clover slowly lifted her
Let's go look
face.
for him together, okay?
Wow, what a manipulative
We
bitch.
sacrifice one person, and we can go look for him. You agree with me, right?
Okay.
Clover nodded once.
The motion carries.
Lotus spun around and walked toward Junpei.
Now, let's start a vote to...
That won't be necessary.
Ace had barely spoken for Lotus's entire speech, and everyone jumped a little. 6 pairs of eyes turned to look at him. He didn't seem to notice or
I will
even
stay.
care.
That should solve our problem, yes?
That saves a lot of interpersonal conflict, but I wanted to get to know you more. Damn it. All right, do we have 2 more exclamation
Ace,
points?
What are
We
you
don't.
saying?
Is he going to pull the I'm an old man, you kids live
No,
card?
You can't do that. That won't solve anything.
June's voice shook, and she looked around desperately for someone to agree with her. Ace simply looked at her.
I'm afraid you may have misunderstood me. I said I would stay, but I never said I would sacrifice myself.
Huh?
I trust you. Each and every one of you.
Nope, what? Don't trust
I
Lotus.
believe you'll come back for me.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's optimistic, and then there's just nuts. Those doors only go one way. You go in, you don't come out. If we go through them.
You won't be able to return, correct?
Yeah.
True, but that will not be the case once you've escaped from the ship.
What?
Please, I beg you. Once you've escaped, come back and rescue me. Ideally, within the time limit Zero has given us.
No, that's ridiculous. There's no way we could get back in time.
Finally, Junpei could hold his
We've
tongue
only
no
got
longer.
5 hours left. We don't even know where the hell we are. How on earth are we gonna find someone to come and rescue you?
Then, perhaps you would prefer to stay instead of me?
Oh, that's mean. Oh, that's mean. You're making him make the choice? Oh, come on, man.
Perhaps you would be willing to leave June behind?
Ace's voice was dignified, without a hint of cruelty or malice. Junpei had no
You see,
rebuttal.
There's no other choice. Then I see we've come to our conclusion. Go on. Don't worry yourselves about me.
It's possible he's Zero.
Go, quickly.
Junpei stood frozen by indecision, unable to move. June bit her lips so hard that Junpei feared she would break the skin. Santa stood against a wall, calm and aloof. Seven tore his beanie from his head and turned it over anxiously in his hands. Only Clover stared at Ace with an expression Junpei was unable to decipher. Lotus's attitude, however, was different from the others.
Let's accept his kind offer then.
She smiled, her eyes bright. Ace answered with a smile of
Good.
his own.
I think this is the best for me. Perhaps I'll be able to take a nap. It may be my age, but I get tired so easily these days.
As he spoke, Ace lowered himself down to the floor next to one of the beds. Now we gotta... From somewhere deep in the ship, Junpei suddenly heard the screeching of metal on metal. It was almost as if the ship were screaming. Would it really hold until their time limit was up? We've got to make a choice between doors now. 3 choices. Already, D-deck was flooded. In the sudden silence, the only sound was the sad metal wail of the ship. Unsurprisingly, it was Lotus who spoke first.
What are you waiting for? We're wasting time. Why don't we hurry it up?
As if a spell had been broken, the others all began to talk at once.
You're right. We should get going. That's all we can do right now.
7.
Seriously. Honestly, I was getting kind of sick of listening to you guys talk.
You too, Santa?
I have to find my brother.
Wait, all of you. Let's just calm down and think about this. There has to be a way to get everyone out. There has to be. Right, Jumpy? Say something.
Yeah, let's think. There's gotta be another way.
I hate to come down on Lotus's side, because she's awful, but we are kind of faced with this dilemma, and this is pretty much our only choice. Now that Ace has taken the decision out of our hands, this is our only choice. His words sounded hollow and fake.
Fine. Forget about it. I'll figure it out on my own.
She spun around and ran toward Ace. He had slumped down next to the bed when June grabbed his arm and
Ace!
pulled.
Come on, Ace. Please stand up. You can't give up yet. We just have to sit down together and think about this. We'll figure out a way that we can all get out of here.
Then it happened. We're all sick. Zero did something to us. Ace fell forward. He slumped over onto the wooden floor, his body folded in half like a boxer out cold.
Ace!
June cried out and dropped to her knees beside him. She put her arm around his neck and did her best to lift him up.
What happened? Ace, say something.
She shook him frantically. His eyes fluttered open.
I'm all right.
No, you're not. His voice was weak and slightly
How
slurred.
are you all right?
This.
He held out his left arm and slowly opened his hand.
A syringe?
you gave yourself a dose of anesthetic, didn't you? So you could pass out and not feel your death. It was in a syringe and it was a syringe and a small vial. The vial was empty. It had only recently been emptied. A few drops clung to the sides. There was a label taped to the side of the container. It read, Soberil Beta. Soberil Beta?
Beta. What does this do? Did you use this?
Yes. It's just anesthetic. I'll be fine.
Anesthetic?
I found it earlier. While we were searching the hospital rooms. I thought it might be useful later. I didn't think I'd be using it on myself.
So you thought you'd be using it on one of us?
Why did you do this?
Didn't I tell you? I'd like to take a nap. I really am. Very tired.
Junpei knew that wasn't why he'd done it. Ace had injected himself with anesthetic to forestall Junpei and Jun's attempts to bring him along. If he couldn't move, there was nothing they could do. He'd injected himself so that they would be forced to leave him
Ace.
behind.
Hmm? Is there something you want to say? I just like to sleep a little. Could you keep it down?
No, don't, Ace. Don't fall asleep.
It's too late now, June.
You feel warm. So comfortable. I think I'll have a nice dream.
Ace's eyelids drooped further and further, almost as though he were dying.
Ace! Ace!
Yeah, he gave himself a pretty big dose. She shook his shoulder again and again, but this time he didn't respond. Only the gentle rising and falling of his chest told him he was alive. Junpei was relieved to see he was, in fact, still breathing.
Let's get him up on a bed.
He lifted Ace up off the floor and laid him on the bed he'd been leaning against. When Junpei turned around, Lotus gave him a look of pity.
We really don't have a choice now. We can't let his sacrifice go to waste, right?
Like you even mean that.
You say something?
Yes, I
No,
did.
Nothing.
It felt wrong, but he had to agree. Then, suddenly, Santa spoke.
Yeah, but we're not done choosing yet, are we?
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, we haven't decided who's going in what door.
Ah, yes. Yes, that's true.
Enough of this screwing around. Let's decide. You first, Lotus. Which door do you want?
I want door number 8.
You've already mathed out who would go with you for door number 8,
It's the
haven't
same
you?
number as my bracelet number.
Got it. You're 8. You're next, 7. Which one do you want?
I'll take 7. I can't get along with that old lady.
Oh, she's not going to like
What?
that.
What did you just say?
Her face distorted by rage, Lotus took a step towards 7. He threw up his hands and made a face like a child caught with his hand in the cookie
Me?
jar.
I didn't say nothing.
Oh, you're gonna get it next time.
She shot him a glare that would have melted steel, then turned and stalked off.
All right, who's next?
Santa's gaze moved across the 3 people left. Finally, they stopped on Junpei.
Which door do you want?
At last, Junpei's mind was already made up. Door 3 is not the answer. Okay, so if I go with Lotus, that'll be 13. So we need 4, so that would be Clover. If I go with, that would be Clover, leaving Santa, 7, and June, which is 3 plus 6 plus 7 is 13. No. Hang on. Three plus 6 plus 7 is 16, so that'd be 7. If I go with 7, that's 12. Plus 4 is Clover, leaving Lotus, 8, 3, and 6. 11, 17, so that's 8. Okay. I go with Lotus, I get Clover. If I go with 7, I get Clover. So I'm going with Clover either way. The story wants me to go with Clover. On the one hand, I like 7 more than Lotus. But on the other, it would be interesting to see where Lotus's story goes. I'm gonna go with 7. I'm gonna go with 7.
I think I'm gonna go with door 7.
Sorry to lump you in with Santa and Lotus, Akane.
Okay, 7 it is.
Yeah.
All right then. That means June's got to go through 8.
What? Why?
What?
Santa grimaced and muttered angrily to himself, but finally began to explain
If the
math.
6 of us are going to keep going without leaving anyone behind, there are only 3 ways we can do it. Have 3,
Plan A.
5, and 8 go through 7, and 4, 6, and 7 go through 8. 4,
Plan
5,
B.
and 7 go through 7, and 3, 6, and 8 go through 8. Or
Plan
3,
C.
6, and 7 go through 7, and 4, 5, and 8 get 8. There are no other combinations. In other words, 3 and 4 and 7 and 8 can never go through the same doors. You get it now?
As Santa finished, June looked over at Junpei, tears welling up at the corners of her eyes.
You're saying we aren't going to see each other again for a long time.
Yeah, you're stuck with Lotus and Santa. I'm sorry. Junpei felt just as June did. He wanted to be at her side through whatever trials they were preparing to face. But he knew if they were to survive, he had to swallow his feelings. In order for the 6 of them to move forward, he and June had to be separated. He looked at June. He was scared to lose her, but he swallowed, steeled his resolve, and did his best to smile.
Come on. You're making it sound like we're never gonna see each other again.
Well, Lotus might try to sacrifice her.
We gotta split up, but only for a while.
Okay, what 9s can we get out of 5 people out of the remaining 6? That's a lot of variables. I'm not going to do the math right now.
This is just like when we went into the 4 and 5 doors, remember? We got split up then too, but we all met back up. I'll bet 7 and 8 are just like that.
You mean they're connected somewhere?
Yeah, probably.
The doors are right next to each other.
Probably.
She didn't sound very hopeful. It was 7 that interjected.
I'm sure they're gonna connect somewhere.
Why? What makes you think so?
If they don't, then neither team can get through door 9. In other words, the game would end right here. Zero's been on top of his shit so
That's a good point.
I don't think he'd blow it now. I'm damn sure that son of a bitch wants to have his fun as long as possible. He's not gonna end this game until we get through the 9 door.
June said nothing. The tears were gone, but her eyes were still sad as they looked at Junpei. He met them, and with what reassurance he could manage, laid his hand gently on her shoulder.
Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna see each other again. I promise.
June bit her lip and gave him an almost imperceptible
Yes.
nod.
Promise?
Her voice was barely above a whisper. Santa's voice shattered the moment.
You guys are done, right?
He stretched
Anyway,
and continued.
that's pretty much it. Clover and I will both go into separate groups. I figure I'll take 8 and Clover can take 7. Any problems with that, Clover?
Clover looked away and was silent
Whatever.
for a moment. It was more of a dismissal than an agreement, but Santa didn't seem to care.
All right, we're ready to go then. Let's move.
At Santa's command, the group split and headed for their respective doors. Clover, 7, and Junpei walked toward door 7. Santa, Lotus, and June headed for door 8. For a long moment, they stood in front of the door. 7 took a deep breath.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
Ready as
Okay.
I'll ever be.
Okay, let's go.
It's open.
A narrow hallway stretched out before them. 7 and Clover leapt
Let's
through
do
the door.
this.
Hurry!
The moment they did, their bracelets beeped. The detonators in the bracelets had been activated. Junpei stepped forward to follow them. But as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped. He looked to his right, toward door 8. June stood there, a mirror image of Junpei. She turned and looked toward him. Their eyes met.
June.
They nodded.
Jumpy.
Their farewell took almost 1.5 seconds.
What the hell are you doing, Junpei?
Yeah, better hurry. Then someone took hold of Junpei's arms and hauled him bodily through the door. He heard the sound of the numbered door slam shut behind him. His bracelet gave a cold electronic beep.
Only 81 seconds left. No time to waste, guys. Let's get moving.
7 led the way down the hallway. Junpei and Clover followed him as fast as they could. After what seemed like far more than 81 seconds, they reached the end of the hall.
The door on the left! I can see the dead!
There was no time to rest or catch their breath. All 3 slammed their hands in quick succession over the scanner panel on the dead. Still trying to catch his breath, 7 leaned heavily against the wall.
It stopped. It stopped.
His smile seemed forced and a little
This is the
crooked.
second time we've gone through one of these numbered doors, but whew, you never really get used to it.
Yup, it's pretty harrowing. He stood up straight, no longer out of breath, and wiped some of the sweat from his head and neck. Clover smirked
I
at him.
would have thought a guy your size would have bigger balls than that.
Oh, wow!
What? What the hell did you just say? Say it again! I dare you!
You have no...
Oh, come on,
You
don't do
little-
this.
You want to die?
I'd like to see you try.
You fucking brat. All right, let's go!
Hey,
Guys,
hey,
stop.
Calm down, guys. This isn't the time for this. It's not going to do us any good.
Junpei sighed. Sometimes he wondered if the doors and the puzzles were really the greatest challenge they
Wait
faced.
here for a minute, all right? I'm going to go see if there are any other doors.
They didn't respond, but Junpei wasn't in the mood for a conversation anyway. The children are fighting.
We just came through this door. And of course it's shut tight.
There's a short hallway on the left here, and an iron wall. I doubt I can get through it.
At last, he gave up and returned to 7, who was tapping lightly on the wooden door.
This door's the only option we've got, right?
Yeah, looks like it.
Hey, something's written on the door. On that iron plate.
It says operating room.
Oh, lovely. This is going to be
This thing's
great.
telling the truth. There could be body parts inside here.
Well, this is probably not going to be pleasant.
Something about it made Junpei feel
Well,
nervous.
there's no point to standing around. Might as well go in and see what's waiting for us.
7 grabbed the brass knob and slowly opened the door. The creak of the hinge sounded like the groan of an old woman.
What's wrong?
No, it's nothing.
A chill snaked its way down
Let's
Junpei's
just
spine.
go.
Quickly, he gathered what courage he could and took the first step into the room. 7 followed, with Clover right behind him.
Huh?
Part of the room just past the door was obscured by a screen. Yeah, for
What the hell is
operating
this?
Why don't we take a look?
Hey, Clover!
Clover's curiosity got the better of her, and she darted past to Junpei to peer around the screen. A skeleton jumped out at her. Her scream nearly blew out Junpei's eardrums.
Clover!
He and Seven ran toward Clover to see what had frightened
what's
her.
wrong?
Oh, is it going to be Snake's body? They rounded the screen, and the cause of her outburst was immediately clear.
What the hell is this?
Oh, it's a mannequin. It's a puzzle mannequin.
Is this a corpse?
It was something that looked kind of like a human, lying across some sort of bed. No, not a bed. An operating table. The table sat on a rusty steel lift, and a cluster of bright operating lights shone down on it from the ceiling. That is not the right shone.
We should probably take a closer look.
Yeah.
Slowly, they approached. As they got closer to the body, it became clear that it wasn't a body at all. Time to play Operation.
Hell? That's just a huge doll or something.
Doll?
Clover did not look terribly comforted. Slowly, she approached the operating table and looked, as intently as possible, from as far away as possible, at the thing. Junpei could see her relax.
It's only a doll. Man, it really scared me.
She heaved a great sigh of relief and wiped a few drops of sweat from her forehead. Seven smirked.
Well, I guess it would have been weird if you actually had any balls.
Oh,
Shut it.
oof.
Don't you start with me, fatty.
Oh, what's this? You want a piece of me, short stuff?
Yeah,
Stop.
bring it on, you whale.
Hey, guys, not again, okay? Seriously, knock it off.
Hey, Quiet Man. Yeah, you've missed basically the entire stream. We're not going for much longer.
Jeez. Anyway, it looks like he's got something the two of you could stand to have a little more of. I'm talking about a heart.
Well, oh, this? You mean on his chest?
Yeah.
It was set a little higher than normal for a human body, but from the shape of the organ, there could be no doubt that it was a heart.
Why would there be a heart in a doll?
I don't think it's a doll.
You think maybe it's like a medical mannequin or something?
Or maybe it's got more personal uses?
Oh, come on, man. Seven's grin was more than a little perverted. Clover glared at him.
How about we take a look around this place? Let's go.
Okay.
Sure thing.
All right, puzzle room. That said Pleparation room. That said PLEP oration room. I'm gonna find that door and look at it. Yep, Pleparation room. It's locked. We can probably find the key if we just look some more. Let's look somewhere else. Really? I can't click anything on these shelves? There we go. There are a whole bunch of bottles on the shelves. They all look like medicine. They've got labels, but they're all big medical words that I don't understand. Fake chest, alright. Maybe you're supposed to heat something like that gauze to kill the bacteria. There's a boiling thingy over there. There's nothing on the lid or in the drawers. Okay. Nothing there. Hey, I wonder what this thing is. It says KG on the display. No, it's definitely a translation mistake. Or it was in the original Japanese game because they wanted to put English words on an English ship. You think maybe it's a scale? Yeah, kilograms. These dolls are really kind of creepy, you know. Hey, it says something here. John? You think that's this doll's name? Maybe? This thing is creepy. I wonder why it's on the bed. An operating table. Do you think old operating tables looked like this? I have no idea. Oh, what's in this? A white cloth. I can't remove it? Alright. Ah, here we go. They use these for surgery, right? Let's see. Syringes, cups, a plate. There's a sort of scissorish thingy. Kosher forceps. Rusty ones. Gross. Alright, let's click a bunch of things, but that may have been the only thing we needed. Yeah, that's the only thing we needed. Alright. Oh, we gotta assemble the girl doll. Alright. Another medical mannequin. From the looks of it, this one's a chick. She has a name, too. Lucy. Poor thing. Looks like Miss Lucy only has a head and a left arm. Maybe we're supposed to gather all her parts? There's some kind of device attached to the bed. It says kg on the panel. Kilograms. Scale. Alright. Okay, so we gotta find all her body parts. Presumably, right arm, both legs, and a heart. So we've got a few pieces left. What's this thing? It's got these short iron legs. It's a furnace, looks like. Maybe it's a heater? There's nothing inside it. Oh, really? Alright. There's a pipe going outside. A medical mannequin with its guts showing. Ew. Gross. Hey, Junpei. There's a slit in this thing's chest. Probably to get the heart? Yeah, sure is. There's something in here. Maybe we can get it out. Damn it. Stinking thing won't budge. It's stuck. Well, I guess you can't use force on this one then. We need something small that can fit into that little hole. Forceps? Fake organ. The organ is gone? Alright, come on. Really, Clover? I expected more from you. Oh, like you could do better. It's a lot of surgery stuff. There's some scalpels, a few pairs of forceps, and a couple of syringes. All of it's too rusty to be useful, though. Hey, there's a scalpel here that looks new. I guess we'll take that. Okay, so we lost the forceps because we used them where we needed to. The room is locked. Looks like it's locked. Key. Junpei, where are you going? Alright. The door we came through. Seven has been locked in a place where he can't use force on anything despite best efforts. Very sad. Yeah. That's locked. It says preparation room. No, it doesn't. It says preparation room. Scalpel. Let's examine the doll again. Okay, I can't get up close to the doll? Huh? There's some sort of lid on this thing. Why don't you try opening it? Localizers are hoping you can't read that side of the DS screen, yeah. Can't. There's no handle. I can't get under it with my nails, either. Okay, I need something to pry it open. The scalpel apparently won't work. This bed doesn't look very comfortable. Right. Is it just me, or have we gone everywhere in this room? That's a lot of medicine. I wonder if one of these is a laxative. Yeah, it sounds kind of gross, but I'm pretty sure every one of us has had the same idea. If we had some laxatives, maybe we could crap out the bomb Zero put in us. Unfortunately, damn it. I don't know what medicine does what here. Drawer is empty. Nothing there. Alright. Can't use the scalpel. I might combine the scalpel with the organ. I'm going to try the organ in the chest as well, but that looks like it needs a heart. Let's try cutting this organ with a scalpel. Hey, there we go. Organ key. Cool. So one of these doors. Cool, it's unlocked. Okay, cool. See if... Huh, a piece of paper. What's this? Is this some kind of medical record? The material has been added to the file screen. Medical record found in the preparation room. It has records for 2 mannequins. There's a male mannequin named John and a female named Lucy. The record shows each mannequin's total weight and the weight of their individual parts. Oh, we gotta match weights? The bomb is just in our lower intestine because it was swallowed and went through the stomach. Is that the Uranus symbol? That won't open it. Alright. What's this? A light switch? Doesn't seem to be working. Oh. There's a ray of light going through the beaker. And it's hitting the thing on the right. The white light on the top is glowing. Yeah, but the red, blue, and purple ones still aren't lit. We gotta find stuff to put in the beaker. Alright. Oh. Red, blue, and purple. Let's look over here first. Sink. Doctors and nurses probably wash their hands here before an operation. Nothing suspicious here. It won't open. It looks like it's locked. There's a red plate on it. Do you think that means something? That one's locked too. Damn. It's not opening. Locked, of course. The blue plate on here seems a little suspicious, though. And that one's locked as well. Damn. It's not opening. It won't even budge. It's got this purple plate on it, too. Okay, I can't examine the plate specifically. What the hell are you doing? Don't you want to get out of here? But I'm tired. Okay. What are these hooks? I think you hang your coat here. There's a bunch of hooks. Awesome, it's unlocked. Chemical room. Oh, alright. Hey, Junpei, you think there are any slugs on this ship? Huh? Well, if there are, I was thinking we could put salt on them. That's pretty cruel of you, and I already didn't like you very much. What's she pointing at? The label states NaCl. Salt, huh? You think Seven will shrivel up if we put it on him? Hey, you say something? Junpei, there's a bottle of iron powder on the shelf. How do you know it's iron? The label says Fe. Fe stands for iron, right? Something stinks. Is it coming from this bottle? It says NH3. Well, that of course stinks. It's ammonia. Oh, good stuff. Let's go for a drink. What are you talking about? I'm talking about that bottle. It says C2H5OH, right? It's ethanol. That's right. It's also known as ethyl alcohol. It's pretty much what booze is made of. So, you're gonna drink it? Nah, I won't. It might say that's what it is on the label, but there could be anything in there. Hey, Junpei, there's dihydrogen monoxide on this shelf. So water? Really? Why don't you just say water? What's this? Looks like a can with a spray nozzle. It says CO2. So it's a can filled with carbon dioxide. Equals 1, carbon dioxide equals question mark, salt is 2, water is 3. Blue liquid. Red liquid. I'm sure purple liquid's inside this. This thing won't open. Is it locked? You probably need to put in a passcode. I mean, geez, they've even got a keypad on there. How much more obvious can you get? I can only enter 3 numbers. E is for enter and C is clear. Once you input the number, press E. If you mess up, press C. Let's give it a shot. There's a note on top of the table. Iron 1, salt 2, water 3, carbon dioxide, ammonia, and ethanol question mark. What do you think this is a hint for? Maybe it's got something to do with this box? Alright, we're gonna come back to that. We're gonna use these bottles of liquid. Hey, it turned red. Forget about that. Didn't you hear that just now? Nope. Nope. Hey. Maybe it opened? Let's try it. Yeah. Hey, there's a leg. Fake right leg. Found a beaker. There's a ray of white light passing through the beaker. Oh, I have to actually take the liquid. It's blue now. I think I heard another noise. The other leg. Cool. Alright, we probably need to figure out the code from the chemicals to get the purple liquid. Alright. Do I have a pen? Somewhere? Do I have a pen somewhere? I don't appear to. Hang on a sec, guys. I don't have a pen in here. paper I need. Alright, somebody type in chat, iron 1, salt 2, water 3, carbon dioxide question mark, ammonia question mark, and ethanol question mark. Or, no, I'll just make a notepad. Hang on. Okay. Alright, let's look around the room. Bottle of salt on the shelf. The label says NaCl. Okay, so there's salt there. That is Fe. It's a molecule with only one atom. That's the number of atoms, alright. Oh, it's the number of atoms in them. Okay. Bottle of ethanol. Label says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so ethanol is 9. NH3, 1, 4, and there's nitrogen, and H is oxygen, hydrogen. So in other words, ammonia is made of 1 nitrogen and 3 hydrogen. So ammonia is 4. CO2, carbon dioxide, is 3 molecules. Or atoms, I should say. Only enter 3 numbers. Only enter 3 numbers. Okay. Is there something in the room that will give me clues on which to use, though? Like the books? Can I read any of the books? Look at the first line. Maybe question mark represents a number. Oh, I just have to put the dioxide, ammonia, and ethanol numbers in, don't I? Fake heart. And right arm. Okay. So I've got all the body parts except... Except the torso, which is in the last... Oh, I gotta mix red and blue to make purple liquid. Or not, I can't. Oh, I have to put it in the thing. Hang on.
You think we should go back?
Yeah, I think that's probably best.
Clover nodded and left. Junpei was about to follow her when he realized that Seven wasn't following suit.
Hey, Seven, what's up?
Oh, well,
He looked up at Junpei distractedly and then back down at the brown bottle he held cupped in his large hands.
Is that a medicine bottle?
I got curious about it. Here.
In response, Seven tossed the bottle gently to Junpei. He caught it and twisted it around to read the label.
Ethylene diamine tartrate?
Yeah, that's right. It's EDT.
Oh, what's EDT again?
What kind
is that
of
a
medicine
drug?
is that?
It's not medicine. I think it's an industrial strength detergent.
Why do they have something like that here?
Well, probably to clean stuff up.
Clean what up?
Fuck if I know. Still,
For those stubborn
I
bloodstains.
clean my brain up.
Junpei looked up from
You
the
remember
bottle.
something?
Yeah.
Seven nodded slowly
Well,
and spoke.
I remember a story about EDT. Happened about 50 years ago. There was this factory somewhere in America making big old EDT crystals. They were making it to sell as an industrial strength cleaner, like I told you before. But a year after the factory started up, something strange started happening with the crystals they were building. Water molecules started attaching themselves to the EDT crystals. This made them into a sort of mutation of the original crystals, called a hydrate. Once the crystals turn into a hydrate, though, it's useless as a cleaner. The factory had to just dump the crystals. As a hydrate, they were useless.
And they dumped him in the
But
river
it didn't
or
end
something.
there. After that day, the same thing started happening in EDT factories everywhere, even ones nowhere near that first American factory. They'd been making crystals the same way, with the same materials and the same equipment and environment. But now, all of a sudden, every single crystal they formed turned into a hydrate. In fact, ever since that day, no factory anywhere has been able to make a pure EDT crystal. Even in EDT research done years before, they'd never gotten a hydrate. But after it happened at the first factory, it just spread.
I wonder how this is going to be relevant.
It was like, how do you say it?
So this guy's a history
Like it
buff.
was infected with a virus or something?
Seven
No,
shook his
not
head.
like that. It spread like wildfire. It showed up in labs that were completely isolated from the rest of the world. It even started happening to crystals that were completely sealed up. It doesn't seem like it could have been a result of this stuff coming in contact with other samples.
Then
Well, I guess it was some sort of information. Like, the crystals were transmitting this information all across the world somehow.
All right, that's
what
a bit of a stretch.
information?
How to make a new crystal. Someone had to tell this stuff how to do it, right? Like he just whispered to the EDT in the tank, hey, if you do this, you can take in water molecules.
Come on, man, that's just... I mean, who is this someone anyway?
Someone you can't see. Someone who exists all over the world.
You mean... like a god?
Or maybe the devil.
Okay, this went to a weird place. Seven grinned. As Junpei was trying to figure out what on earth he was going to say next, Clover's shrill voice pierced the room.
What are you two doing over there? Stop wasting time and get over here!
Okay, we're coming.
Jeez!
Seven looked
Yeah,
at Junpei.
So, anyway, that's the story.
It was a hell of a story with a hell of a lot of
Might be useful
speculation.
someday. Don't forget it.
With that cryptic remark, he turned and left the room. Junpei was left behind to ponder what he'd just heard.
Information being transmitted invisibly. Could such a thing really happen?
Well, thinking about that crap isn't going to help me right now. We need to figure out how the hell to get out of here first.
He took a deep breath, tried to clear his mind, and followed after Seven. I get it. You combine the red liquid and the blue liquid to make a purple one. Good job, Junpei. The purple light came on and I heard it unlock. I'm sure it's unlocked. The locker with the purple plate has got to be unlocked. Alright, let's see what happened. There's the torso. Fake stomach looks like a giant nose. Alright, that's all the parts. Alright. Now that I've assembled all the parts for the solution of the puzzles, so I don't get lost next time, that's where we're going to save and end the game for this month, because I need to get to live blogging. This is really good. This is really good. I am compelled. I am really interested in what's going to happen here. This is really good. I am very, very suspicious of Akane. Very, very suspicious of Akane. But yeah, that'll be it for today. I'm going to go get to live blogging. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. And I will see you next time.